good. Frogs, frosters, hiding the snakes below. Ulysses playing his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors fade, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, frosters, hiding the snakes below. Ulysses playing his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors fade, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked with one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer virtue. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer virtue. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, good. Fraudsters hiding the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google legs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plying his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plying his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors stay, Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, The night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls, every bite they gorge. They choke stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate. Lucifer chew when traitors stay. Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky one sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls, every bite they gorge. They choke stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hide in the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen frozen hate lose of virtue. When traitors stay bruised, Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay bruised, Judas locked in ice too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead, dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. And missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters hiding the snakes below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom says frozen hate, lose of virtue. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs in hell, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here in lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plunges gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes, can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Fraudsters chosen hate, Lucifer Jew. When traitors stay, brewers Judas locked in ice, too late. So none stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google eggs and how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's all sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Lucky lunch sludge, kiss up the fright. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold.
Alrighty, and welcome back for Digital Dante and our Canto 30 this week as we start to approach the late coitus and get to the final segments of hell. This one is, at least in my opinion, a little less of a brain drain in this one. This one's a little bit more fun read. Longfellow doesn't make us want to pull our hair out. And overall, the story is, well, surreal, approachable in a way that some of the previous cantos have been abstracted in a way that only somebody who is very well versed in Catholic theology and theonomy have any chance of understanding. Well, let's just be fair. Or are intimately familiar with fucking 12th, or 13th and 14th century Italian politics. Either way, like, very niche knowledge. And as always, we have Desperado Sensei coming in from Japan. We have Ancom and Rich here, both coming in from No Video Land. You guys both got your coffee in you today?
Yes, I have a full cup in me already, and I will likely be making one a little bit later.
I'll be making one in just a moment, but
yeah, I heard Rich is not yet. I was like, crap, maybe we should have stayed on the starting screen a little long.
It's probably the wrong order to do things. I probably should make coffee first and then put the footnotes in, but I usually do it the other way around.
Yeah.
So it's the thing that's keeping me awake right now is guilt.
I mean,
not doing this earlier.
I mean, as we have talked about with your, I was about to say, you are an aspiring believer, so like internalizing Catholic guilt seems like the first way to go.
I have all of the negative qualities of being Catholic. Okay, just I struggle with the positive ones.
Well, and it's like I tried explaining this to one of my buddies the other day, and he's like, "What do you mean that you're a reluctant believer and he's a essentially hopeful atheist?" I'm like, he's part of the Catholic Church and that doesn't have that internal sense that I have. I have the internal sense and wish I could excise it with a fucking scalpel. And he's just like, okay, it kind of makes sense, but it still doesn't make sense. He couldn't.
I mean,
it's so hard to explain.
If he's Catholic, just say St. John of the Cross. That's all you need to say.
He's not.
St. John of the Cross is like
he was raised Seventh-day Adventist and is now an atheist.
Like, has anyone, like, has our other former Catholic here ever read St. John of the Cross or heard reference to him or anything like that?
Yeah, I You're gonna have to tell me the story because it's probably something I learned in high school in Catholic school. But
it's just a dude
Something
who
I
ends
haven't
up
heard
becoming
in
a
20
saint later.
years.
He wrote a book called the Long Dark Night of the Soul.
Mhm.
I've
And
heard
it's
of that.
he used to go to mass when he was when he was a kid or whatever, and he would go in and he would like feel this great joy every time like mass was being done. And then
Mhm.
one day he just walks into a church and he doesn't feel it. Like it's just gone. It's almost as if it was withdrawn from him.
Yeah.
And actually, for the rest of his life, he never feels the presence of God.
Or what he
And so he
perceived
has to
as the
live
presence
as
of
a
God, yeah.
Catholic based solely on sort of the intellectual life of a Catholic and not, and not actually feel instinctively what he's supposed to feel. And so he calls that the long dark night of the soul because in the beginning he didn't know what to do with that. He really struggled with it.
And
All
most
of that.
people have harmonized this into a positive. See, he was able to attain his faith even without the exhilaration, without the dopamine drip, etc., etc., etc. And whereas and Rich, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong on this because it's been many, many years, but when that first came up, why
Right.
is my mic? Hold on a second. They've been hearing you guys, they're not hearing me.
Yeah, I was gonna say your mic does sound a little far away with some background noise, so I'm thinking maybe it's the
you're a
wrong
little quiet.
microphone.
Yeah, let me figure out the fuck is going on. Oh, never mind. I'll figure out what's going on here in Discord now. But it's going out to the stream just fine. It's just looked weird because don't switch. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
He sounds Canto, so at the end, he has kind of an end note here, which I normally don't see. So do you think I should put that at the very bottom, or should I add that to the top?
I would put it at the top, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just make it a second paragraph.
So are you guys still saying I'm far away?
Yeah, you do sound far away.
Yeah, a little bit.
You still do. A distant god.
So weird. Mic placement's exactly the same. All of the levels and everything are the same.
Okay, now I'm done with Musa.
Okay.
Not metaphorically, but
Yeah. Fucking Discord. Okay, I should sound better now. Fucking put on damn noise cancellation.
Yes,
Now you got-
although
now you
now
got
there's
something-
more background noise.
yeah.
Why is it?
Now we can hear like I don't know, air conditioning on your mic or something. I don't know. Or a
Yeah, I
fan,
would-
maybe.
I'd say make sure crisp is enabled because usually that helps.
Well, I normally don't use crisp because normally the settings I have in fucking OBS are enough, but for whatever reason it's fucking up right now. So how does it sound now to you guys?
Well, it sounds fine now. I was saying crisp is specific to Discord, so the settings in OBS won't affect how the sound comes through in Discord.
Yes, but occasionally it interferes with the mic itself for some reason because Windows is a fucking clusterfuck, as you well know.
Indeed.
I just spot checked a couple of sayers, and those are fine.
Cool.
So we're done. I can actually make coffee now. Trixie is always disappointed when I'm making coffee because every time I go to the counter, she thinks I've got something good. A couple of sayers, and those not this time. It's just coffee.
Have been
And I have to put the
Okay.
kettle on the back burners now because she'll try to nose what's going on.
Okay, I'm
Don't
coming
want to
through
do
fine on the stream, so
it.
whatever's going on is Discord specific, so I'll just deal with it for now. Figure it out later. Could it really just
Well,
be
that's good.
that
When things
baffling
get
a
heated, then you'll
noise?
sound normal volume.
Well, considering this week is mainly brain candy, I don't think we're gonna have that problem. Personally,
Okay. Yeah.
that's just my personal opinion on this week. That being said, we really should get into the reading in a minute. I will say for those of you in the audience, it would not harm you to have a history of Catholicism at this particular time period of 10 to 1300s, because there is a few references in here that would, we are not going to tangent on because we will be here until fucking 6 p.m. tonight if we do, but would be beneficial to your learning experience to go into reading afterwards after we get done reading this particular canto.
Can I correct that and say that that
Go ahead.
you three will be here until 6 o'clock at night your time.
Well,
I will
yeah,
not.
well, no, but that's my point. Is that's why we are not going to go down these tangents. Is because they will take far, far too long.
Yeah.
Because it
What,
is.
Despy? You don't want to be up until 6 a.m. your time with hanging out with us?
No, because that would mean he's leaving us and going straight to Aikido, where he's going to proceed
Yeah,
to get his
pretty
ass
much.
kicked.
And I have to take kids,
Yeah.
younglings.
Like,
They require energy that I don't have.
well, it's not even just that. It's also, you're not 20-something anymore, man. You can't go get your ass kicked after not sleeping, because otherwise the only option after is to sleep. It's the only option at that point. You then can't go on for the rest of the day to do lunch and snacks and all the other stuff you would have to do. Yes, we've been there and it sucks, but it's understandable. That being said,
That is one of the downsides of having an Asian boss. Is she doesn't like it when you call in sick.
well,
Yeah.
Like
the
that's
thing
like,
is,
it doesn't seem to be a thing for her. You know.
well, because to them it generally isn't, because they already have a better infectious disease culture than we do. They just put a
Right.
fucking mask on
Yeah.
and go to work. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, that shouldn't
No,
be it
I-
because that's a capitalist culture, but that's
Not
what
that
they
she's
do.
mad at me for
What's
calling
that?
in, per
What's
se.
that?
It's more
Despy?
like she gets mad that I'm just that I
Nah,
got it.
it's this is specifically a collectivism thing where you're basically viewed as not pulling your weight,
Right. It's not that she
and that's
like
that's all it is.
she definitely doesn't want me to come in if I'm sick. Like, don't get me wrong, but she gets mad that I got sick.
Well, but at the same time,
Exactly.
I'm just gonna point this out. Hey, boss lady, if you ever watch this particular episode, which I highly doubt,
Right? Yeah.
he
she was.
does more than the rest of your fucking coaches that I've personally seen.
Oh, she's aware.
Trust me,
She's
he's
aware.
pulling his weight, even on his days off.
Well, it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say with this is it doesn't matter if he is quote unquote pulling his weight. The fact that you're getting sick and not being a part of the group in the present.
I know, but I couldn't resist. Because, like,
I mean,
Right.
to be
that's
fair,
the one
to be
problem
fair,
with
she also
with.
doesn't hold, she doesn't remember long, right? So like after a couple of days, it's like it never happened. But
Well, be
yeah.
glad that's the case, because my experience in
Because at that
Southeast
point, she's mad at
Asia is,
somebody else.
yeah, well, yeah, that doesn't, at least in my experience in Southeast Asia, that was not the case. Motherfuckers never forgot a goddamn thing ever
Right.
about anything. It was like they fucking etched that shit in stone somewhere and fucking recited it to themselves
okay,
at
it's
night.
more that she remembers, but she acts like she doesn't. Like there's a lot of stuff that she just like keeps to herself.
Well, I'll just say, hopefully, that's her adapting out of the extreme collectivism and into more egalitarian collectivism, where it is actually the share of work you provide, not that you're there in
I think a
person
lot of
every
it's
day.
politeness. Like she won't tell you if your fly is unzipped, that kind of thing.
Really,
Yeah.
I guess because of what I wore when I was in Asia, I didn't have that issue. Is that a thing in Asia, Despy? I never came across that.
Yeah, no, you don't tell people. People find out on their own, and you act like you were completely oblivious to it
Yeah,
if it does happen.
she does do that. Yeah.
Well, no, I did get the
You can
oblivious
tell it bothered her.
reaction, like if I
Yeah.
noticed it first. But like,
Yeah.
for example, they like because you've eaten fucking Asian food, you know the fucking tiny spices we cut up into fucking everything or grind up into everything. You know, you occasionally get the spice teeth where you got
Yeah.
bits of shit stuck between your teeth. We'd get
Yep.
the hand motion to like, oh shit, you got something. That was like always
Yeah.
called out. So like to me, like because that was there, I didn't notice the other stuff because I wore like what they wore, which is there's no fucking zippers on fucking drawstring pants that they wear over there.
So, as an example, a lot of times, like when something is really really funny or whatnot, I know this is a thing in Japan, but Japanese women will cover their mouth when they speak. Another time is they do that and they do it in a time when things are not funny, and it's a hand gesture basically telling you that you have something in your teeth. But they do not say anything, do anything.
Yeah.
It's just a continuation of the gesture.
Yeah,
And-
it is just a hand gesture in
I
Cambodia
will say
too.
this:
It wasn't spoken.
there was a woman who, and when I was in Japan, who literally just like walked up to me, knelt down, and tied my shoelaces. Didn't say anything to me, like wasn't like
Okay, I have to ask
pointing
one
at it or anything.
question.
She
Did you
just
have the gray hair already?
no. This was about
Yeah,
10, 15 years
See,
ago.
I've
This is when I
seen
was climbing Mount Fuji.
I've seen that a lot for like elderly people in Cambodia. I never saw it for younger people. Is that normal in Japan?
Not anymore. If I don't even know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she,
but the other thing is that I almost never wear shoes with laces, so I never have to worry about that. Like, I
Yeah,
wear boots
so-
everywhere.
Yeah, so the same issue I had. I just
my
never
laces
ran
were
across
tied,
the
they just, like,
sultras.
they were kind of loose, I guess. And
Well, yeah.
you know,
See, we saw
weren't
that
tied
for
for her.
in Cambodia. I saw that for the elderly because
Yeah.
essentially it was safety. At that point, is what they were doing. They were saying, "Oh, hey, like you tied it, but like let's fix this so that you don't trip and hurt yourself or hurt somebody else." Type thing.
But to be clear, I had all my climbing gear on, so yeah, and also this was at a time when you're not supposed to be climbing Fuji, so that they were also trying to dissuade me from climbing as well.
Yeah, if that was the thing, if they were trying to dissuade you from climbing, that was them telling you, "Hey, look, you're not prepared."
Right. You don't even know how to tie your shoes. How are you going to climb Mount Fuji in October?
No. You are about to start climbing Mount Fuji with shoes untied. Are you
Right.
sure you want to do this?
Right.
It's more the "Are you an idiot?" fucking conversation.
They kept
but
pointing to
in
posters
action
saying,
form.
and the posters were saying Mount Fuji is an angry god.
Yeah.
There's similar signs around Kilimanjaro. Funnily
Look,
enough.
they were right. I'm wrong. Like I would never try to climb Mount Fuji in October now, but back then I was kind of
Well,
I
in my
Never tried to-
I would do it in my 20s. I would not do it in my 50s.
yeah, exactly. I did it in my I think I was maybe 40 at the time.
Well, because the thing is like when I did my base jumping off of fucking buildings and shit like that, I was much younger and I healed much quicker. If I hurt something now, it takes weeks. Like no, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure all of the dumb shit when I injured myself then and I felt like I was recovering quickly is why I hurt so bad now. But at the same time, like, even if I didn't hurt now that I know like the recovery time stretches out as you get older, I probably would have done half the shit that I did back when I was younger. Like, oh yeah, you could live in your 40s, 50s, 60s and not have your knees feel like fucking glass is being ground between them at all times. Yeah, I'd take that train. Like, inlining the half pipe wasn't worth it. But that being said, the half pipe aside, we are getting down to the bottom of the fucking pit where everything is getting much colder and everything is getting to a
Hell is
form,
freezing over. Is that what you're saying?
quite literally when we get to this portion. And actually, I looked up because I thought about that same phrase. Like I made the joke in my head when I was reading about getting to this portion of the Inferno again, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, "Is that the etymology of the phrase?" And funnily enough, it's not, but it comes from roughly the same time period.
I swear,
here-
every time you say the word etymology, I think you say entomology.
Entomology, yeah, I know it's my accent. Give me a break. But entomology, you will definitely hear the in.
Yeah,
I
you actually
prolonged
did.
that. I did that time because we were in a heated moment. But
Yeah.
that aside, because at that time we were arguing over the humanism or the fucking Catholic guilt argument. At that particular canto, I remember that event because I kicked myself over it because I hate misspeaking. That being said, this particular portion of the reading is like I said, this is more brain candy. I looked at it in the Italian. No matter which translation we use, it is extremely artfully done. It is one of these things where I think they understood the messaging was less important and the poetry and beauty was more important, and therefore that is what the translators focused on. And our Italian expert, semi-expert, because none of us are experts in anything here,
Yeah.
can corroborate this. This is a particularly artful version of Italian because I had to break it down to the Latin to do it for my style. Like, this is an ecclesiastical Latin. This is romantic Latin. Like, I would actually argue that this may be one of, like, the origin points for some of the later romantics.
Yeah, fair.
And with that, we will get to the first part of the reading.
Yeah.
'Twas at the time when Juno was in rage for Semele against the Theban blood, as she already more than once had shown. So reft of reason, Artemis I want to say has become, but became, that seeing his own wife with children twain walking encumbered with either hand, upon either hand, he cried, "Spread out the nets that I may take the lioness and her whelps upon the passage," and then extended his unpitying claws. My tongue today. Seizing the first who had the name Lacharis, and whirled him round and dashed him on a rock, and she with the other burthen drowned herself. And at the time when fortune downward hurled the Trojans' arrogance, that all things dared, so that the king was with his kingdom crushed. Hecuba, sad, disconsolate, and captive, when lifeless she beheld Polixena, and of her of Polydorus on the shore. Of the ocean the dolorous one aware, out of her senses like a dog she barks, so much the anguish had her mind distorted. But not of Thebes the Furies nor the Trojans were ever seen in any one so cruel, and goading beasts, and much more human members. Okay, I know with what I said with the preamble, this seems really odd to call this one of the foundations of the Romantics, because I'm talking about the formation of the words, not the messaging. Because when you actually listen to, beyond my butchered articulation, um, this has a cadence to it, where you get the rise and fall of the sea, you get the rise and fall of the anguish within the actual cadence and syllable structure of the words. It is artfully done, and I have to hand it to, like, multiple translators were able to translate this, or I should technically say transliterate this, into multiple variations that all carried that same kind of cadence and beauty to it. Now, obviously, the messaging of the story, not romantic at all. It's just that it is the style and form that I am talking about, not the messaging.
Well, it depends. Which era of Rome are we talking about?
I mean, fair enough, but you get what I'm saying, because most people would not consider like a lustful glee of a fucking douchebag fucking basically killing one kid and watching another kid drown with the mother as romantic, and it's not. It's just the formation of the words on the page.
Caligula. Then you know it's definitely romantic.
Well, we do not need to speak about him and his horse.
Right.
That being said,
I'm just saying.
you're not
You
wrong.
can't call it quote unquote romantic, but it might not mean the same thing.
Like I said, you're not wrong, but at the same time, we do not need to speak about the man who fell in love with his horse and basically destroyed the Roman Empire from the inside out. Like,
I just want to point out that, like, both Greeks and Romans seem to absolutely fucking hate Hera/Juno, because they make her do the most insane shit when Zeus/Jupiter goes and cheats on her, which he does a lot. I'll give her that. But, like, in this case, not only does he get revenge on the woman that Jupiter had a child with, Semele, but she also targets Semele's sister's husband, King Athamas, to go mad. I'm like, this man had nothing to do with what the fuck Zeus just did to you, woman.
No, he was just a tool.
Why are you...
He was just a tool to add to the agony. Because here's the thing. Now, this is outside the mythology. This is going into the anthropology of this. Culturally, when we look into this area of the world, Hera is one of the original archetypes of the woman scorned. She is the vengeful articulation of when the husband mistreats his family. We can see a few older, but not many older articulations of this in the gods. We see many of it in folklore, but this is one of the oldest articulations within the gods within the Middle East region and the Mediterranean. And, I mean, this includes all of North Africa.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's just one of those things, like, this is going overboard.
Well, but you have to remember that this is folklore. Folklore is, it's telling a story that we don't understand. Why do some women feel scorned and some women accept the fucking the polygamous dipshit, so on and so forth. Like that part of that story is what that folklore is articulating. And what does folklore do? Turns everything up to 11 like it's motherfucking Spinal Tap.
I guess so. I mean, going after the woman's brother-in-law is just insane to me. But
no, she was just a tool.
Guess...
just like when she fucking did oh god, I forget the guy's name, but used him to poison the fucking the vest to Hercules. etc., etc. Like this is a common thing within the archetype of Hera. She does this constantly. She does it not only to Zeus's fucking shortfalls, but some of her followers' fucking husband shortfalls. She'll do it to them too.
Yeah, I guess so. It's interesting because
And
on
Hecate
line
is
12,
usually the balancing force within the Greek mythology.
yeah, it's interesting on line 12 it says, and she with the other burden drowned herself. But I'm like, is this talking about Semele or her sister? Well,
I
no,
don't.
because in the notes it says Juno had Semele struck by lightning. So, Ino, Semele's sister, I guess is probably the one who drowned herself.
Yes,
Ugh.
yeah. Like I said, this is not a romantic story as far as the context of the story, just the structure of the
Yeah.
wording, and that's why I said like I did the preamble intentionally because I knew it would be jarring. But when you actually look at it, that's why they didn't change any of this. You'll notice that the terceriba actually gets distorted in multiple of the translations where they do not try to follow rhyme and meter. They do not even fuck around with it. They literally just try to keep the cadence that you get from the Italian.
I mean, they do keep the rhyme. I'll at least give it that much.
They do their best, but not all the translations. Like Chiardi changes a few.
Oh, no, I meant just the Italian. The Italian
yeah.
keeps the rhyme structure perfectly.
Yeah, I'm talking the
Yeah,
translations. Like they focused
yeah.
on the
I
beauty
find
of the structure rather than the cadence or the structure itself. So, for example,
I haven't noticed Longfellow try to match rhyme for a while.
He only does it when
although-
he can. Unfortunately, English
Yeah.
doesn't allow for it easily from Italian because most of our loan words don't come from Italian or Latin-based
Yeah.
languages.
And Sayers tries and succeeds in some cases, but like there's a lot of spots where it just doesn't
The
work.
thing is the people who try, it usually feels more forced, in my opinion. Sayers is one of the exceptions, and this is
I mean,
why
honestly, it is kind of forced here. Like we've got the words race, athamas, and pass all trying to be rhymed. Like that's pretty slanty.
no, because of the simple fact of it does not have to be an exact rhyme. It just has to have roughly the same sound. It's the same way we do it in music. It's an acceptable allowance, especially in English, because again, with our fucking Germanic goddamn roots and a vast majority of our loanwords coming from Elder fucking Futhark.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
our language doesn't rhyme easily. Unless
Fair
we
enough.
allow for that.
Yeah, I mean, Dante was truly a genius in that he managed to get this many rhymes. Like, he does not waver from the rhyme scheme at all.
Well, but
it's very
again,
impressive.
it's a little bit easier in Latin, so I will knock a couple points off that. If he did this in fucking Arabic or Elder Futhark, I'd give him a lot more credit. Languages that are hard to rhyme in. Think about it. Name a Latin language where you can't rhyme easily. Homonymically rhyme easily.
I mean, I feel like French is probably
And maybe
the
Quebecois
hardest of
version
them.
of it. Not even
Yeah,
true French, the Quebecois or the Creole version of French.
yeah. So yeah, those of the Romance languages, the variants of French are probably the hardest to rhyme in. Spanish and Portuguese are relatively easy, as we've seen. Italian's easy. I don't know enough Romanian to be able to speak to theirs.
Well, the reason
but
typically the reason Latin languages are easier to rhyme is because of the word endings, like when you're conjugating.
yeah,
That's especially true in Greek, where you're also declining nouns. You have all of these endings that are grammatical structure endings that are the same endings for all these different words.
Yeah, and
So
Yeah,
fact-
whereas descendants of Old High German, well,
Yeah.
that was not a rhyming language in the
No.
slightest.
We don't use word endings to do our grammar. So
No. We do
therefore
sentence
we have a lot
structure.
more variation in our word endings. And so it's
Yeah.
way easier to rhyme, when everything ends in ITI or, INI and things like
Yeah.
that.
And I think it's probably possible to argue that the amount of rhyming we do get probably mostly comes from our French influence as opposed to our Germanic influence.
Like Vini Vidi Vici, right? It rhymes because it all ends in I because
Yes.
because
Although it's
singular.
it's Winnie with Vici, but
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
V's are W's in Latin.
Yeah, but it's also like as we get into this, like this is kind of my point. Like linguistically, there are certain languages that the rhyme is not the important part. It is the flow of the language. It turns the spoken word almost into song. For example, Persian, especially fucking ancient Persian, is fucking absolutely rife with this. Modern people, you'd know this as Farsi. This language, just speaking it in normal everyday speech with the right tone of voice comes off like music, even though nothing rhymes, because it treats the voice like an instrument. Now, there's a lot of fucking theories as to like language formulation coming back from like our grunting days back in like prehistory. I have no idea which one of those are right. But I'd like to think that this is a focus on the cultures, because we see the cultures that focus predominantly on this kind of like musical quality to their language tend to be desert cultures. And I like to think, and it's, again, complete supposition on my part, that this comes from the sound of wind over the sand dunes, because if you've ever heard large grain sand coming down the side of a sand dune, it's like mini wind chimes. It just doesn't resonate for as long. So just think of it like tiny beads of glass dropping on each other. It sounds like music. And I want to say that these regions tried to sound like their environment and mimicry. Because we see certain other evidence of this in certain indigenous cultures in, say, South America, where a lot of their word roots and homonyms mimic certain animal sounds like jaguars and poison dart frogs, etc., etc., etc. I can't say that that's right, but I'd like to say it's a poetic way to think about it. That we were just mimicking the environment we were born into.
Yeah, it makes sense. I had actually, for some reason, I thought Persian and Farsi were different languages. No, Farsi is just the endonym for the Persian language.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you were talking about like sand dunes and stuff, I'm like, was that region always so desertified? I feel like that's a fairly recent thing. But I realized that, like, even if it's within the last few hundred years that it was desertified, that's enough time for it to have strongly influenced
it's been aridified, not desertified, slight difference. It's been aridified for almost 1,200 years, just not to the extent it is today. Think of it like the creeping sand dunes on the edge of the Sahara. It's expanded over time, but they've always had desert as long as that language has been in existence.
Okay. I thought at one point that region was a lot more
no, think of it like
fertile.
Well, it was more fertile, but it still had sand dunes. Think of it like fertile valleys between like sand mountains in like certain areas. It wouldn't have been as aridified. It got like more aridified.
Okay, so yeah, because I'm thinking of like the Fertile Crescent between the Tigris and Euphrates, but that is a river valley between two mountain ranges. So yeah,
that are aridified and covered in sandstone and granites. Yeah. This is kind of my point.
Which is, so the funny thing to me is that we always call it the Fertile Crescent, but it hasn't been properly fertile in several hundred years.
I'd say it's still properly fertile. It has just not been properly done under proper agriculture for a couple hundred years, because essentially that region, because of conquering, colonization, vassalization, take your fucking pick through the centuries, has
Yeah.
been treated like everybody's fucking pantry, and not everybody was a good steward of the land in the last few centuries.
Yeah, but the Fertile Crescent is usually the kind of southeast portion of Iraq and kind of southwest bits of Iran.
Mhm.
And like, if you look at it on a map today, you see more green in that area than almost anywhere directly around it. But at the same time, for somewhere called the Fertile Crescent, it's sure as hell a lot more yellow than you might expect.
Well,
Especially as compared to like the region around Cairo and Alexandria, the region just north of Tehran,
and we can blame
all
this
of these places that
specifically
are a lot
on,
greener.
and a lot of people in Asia are gonna, if they watch this, are gonna want to smack me for this, but we can blame this specifically on the influence of the Silk Road through the region, because they no longer needed to grow crop, because crops and staples, like dried staple goods, were constantly coming through their region. They started to fucking neglect their agricultural responsibilities. Whereas before, in this region, we have found evidence of hand dug channels to invigorate regions, etc., where they actually kept waterscaping the region to keep it fertile for far longer, because the ground itself is still fertile, it just doesn't get enough water. So they
Yeah.
created the waterways.
Yeah, but that's why I was talking about desertification, and I know you switched to aridification, but like
Well, because
in a lot of cases,
desertification talks about removing the nutrients. Like right now, the
oh,
American
okay.
Southwest is going through aridification. It still has all the nutrients, it's just not getting enough fucking water.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Whereas desertification is actually stripping of the region, at least to my understanding. And if there's any scientists who watch this that are fucking geologists, please correct me if I'm wrong. That is the way I was taught the difference between these two
Oh.
things.
I mean, it really depends. If you're talking about like nutrients in the soil versus like the actual like bacterial biome in the soil itself at the same
Nutrient
time.
specific.
So
Nutrient specifically,
right,
because bacteria dies once you get rid of too much water. Yeah.
right. But I mean, a lot of the way that land stays fertile is basically based on the bacterial biome within the soil itself. So if you take one out, it's really hard to replace that once it's been gone for a certain period of time.
Well, okay. We're going to go too far off on a tangent if I go too deep into this, but we can technically completely replace attempt to replace, I should say, the bacterial biome of a region. We have not attempted to do so yet on Earth, but we do have the technology, because we have been planning to try and do it on Mars. We do technically have the technology to attempt to do so. We just have no idea what it will do on an already existing environment that's like technically still thriving, because there's still technically a lot of life in the region. We don't know what it will do. Like we may be creating superbugs and diseases that fucking like wipe out everything.
Yeah.
Like yeah, like that part we don't know, but we technically have the technology.
Yeah.
So when I buy-
go
When
ahead.
I buy a stick of Arid Extra Dry, it might aridify my pits, but the biome is still in it.
Yeah, jokes aside, that's a
All
good
the
way to bring
bacteria
us
stuff's
back.
still there.
But yeah, no, I mean you are right. Now, I didn't
Well,
get the number
technically,
this
it's
week.
aluminifying your pits because that's how it stops the sweat.
Yeah.
I thought it was the zinc that was the antiperspirant. Yeah, never
No,
mind.
it's
So-
Unless I
usually
take an actual
it's
shower,
usually an
I-
aluminum salt.
yeah.
Um,
No, too far off into science, doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
That being said, like, it is the reason I stopped where I did is because this is where we see the shift where Dante goes more into the messaging. like I said, I do not think that this story was meant to be romantic. I think he did it in that kind of like romantic cadence because what you are seeing is so surreal and so heartbreaking if you are visually imagining the story that he is telling. He wanted to give you some beauty to see through it so it did not immediately turn you off of the rest of the poem. Like, the deeper in hell we have seen, the more he has given us more flowery, flourished language to compensate for the surreal imagery. And this is where we get away from some of the surreal imagery and more into the messaging. And whichever one of you three would like to pick up, I don't have the number, but it's the line, "As I beheld two shadows pale and naked," is the line we're starting on.
25.
And
If you tell me how far we're gonna go, I'll do it.
Alrighty. And it looks like I'll have to move it, so just tell me when. You'll be going down to here, making a will.
Making a will, okay.
Yep. And
As I beheld two shadows, pale and naked, who biting in the manner ran along, that a boar does, when from the sty turned loose. One to
Capocchio.
Capocchio. Capocchio?
Capocchio.
Occhio.
No, because it's got CCH,
what both
not
of them
just CC.
said came and by the
Capocchio.
nape seized with its teeth his neck, so that in dragging it made his belly grate the solid bottom. And the Aretine, who trembling had remained, said to me, "That mad sprite is Gianni Shichi."
Yeah, that was an Ancom one. I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, that would be
Skiki?
that would be Gianni Schicchi.
Gianni Schicchi.
Why is it Skichi and not Skiki?
Because it's CCHI rather than CCI
the
or
double,
CHI.
Yeah,
a
single C.
The double C cancels out the H?
Well, yeah, so the single C followed by an H is a K, a double C followed by an H is a Ch.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, well, it's the transition, Rich. You are used to more ecclesiastical Latin. I know.
We're still mid-piece.
I know. I'm sorry. But
can you do this at the end of the piece?
Go on.
Thank you. And raving goes, thus harrying other people. Oh, I said I to him, so may not the other set teeth on thee, let it not weary thee, to tell us who it is, ere it dart hence. And he to me, that it is the ancient ghost of the nefarious Mira, who became beyond all rightful love her father's lover. She came to sin with him after this manner by counterfeiting of another's form, as he goeth yonder undertook, that he might gain the lady of the herd, to counterfeit in himself buoso donati, making a will and giving it due form.
Yep. That was perfect.
Okay.
Now, and by the way, you said it perfectly. You just said it slow. If you had sped it up, you had the pronunciation right. That's the only. Yeah. In fact, beyond this is also like tangent. Before we go back to the pronunciation thing, Donati is also the name or partial name of one of my favorite characters from my favorite books, The Saracen Blade by Frank Yerby, Pietro di Donati. His father was Donati, therefore Di Donati being his surname in that particular context of the medieval times. That being said, now going back to the pronunciation. Rich,
I just pasted some aids. Yeah.
But you're used to hearing the difference between ecclesiastical Latin, church Latin. Church Latin doesn't do this.
No, I just looked up medieval Tuscan, which would have been Dante's Italian, and influenced by Latin, but Italian. And and it's actually even more so. So it's basically you exaggerate because there's two C's in there. If there's an H, then you do the K sound, but you even exaggerate it more. So you would say for capocchio or something like that.
That's not how I was taught for Tuscan, especially not Florentine Tuscan. That's weird. I'm not saying you're wrong because you pulled it up from a textbook, but
I
that's
mean, honestly,
interesting.
I don't know anything about medieval Tuscan. I had to look it up, but I lived in Italy for a year, and for sure, when there were two C's followed by an H, it was still the K sound.
Yeah, no. Again, you went and looked it up in a textbook. I'm
Yeah.
going by what I was taught.
Well,
I wonder why the disparity.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty consistent here.
I,
Like, I
I'm
don't
not.
think
I'm not
there's
arguing with you because you went and looked it up. I'm
right.
wondering why I was taught different, not why yours is wrong. It's the big difference between
The thing I didn't look
the
up was ecclesiastical Latin, but that's because we're not doing Latin
yeah.
here. We're doing
Well,
Italian,
but
which I know that.
ecclesiastical
So
Latin is what most of us here are used to hearing, where they
Mhm.
simplify a lot of this because of the fact that you are having a lot of people learn Latin from other languages, and therefore they tried to make it more homogenous for people to do so instead of the highly articulate rhetoric language that it was in the ancient world.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just that I mean, Latin is sometimes spoken here, but this is just to be clear, just for the audience to be clear,
Yes,
we're talking about Italian here, not Latin.
yeah.
but
So all right.
that's
So
what most of us are
I will
used to hear.
correct
Yeah, I
I
will
will
too.
correct the pronunciations as capocchio and skiikiki.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
It sounds weird as shit, but then again, we are talking about 700-year-old
well,
Italians, so
but there is
I'm sure they
also
pronounce it more smoothly than we do.
well, but the other thing that we
probably.
have to take into account here, and this is a minor potential harmonization, but also potential correct answer. At this particular time period, language is far less standardized and far more
True.
regionally dialectic, and therefore
Right.
It
I
is
may be,
pre-printing press, so yeah.
yeah, we may be dealing with something where one particular ancient scholar said it this way, and one particular ancient scholar said it this way, and scholarly consensus has later changed over time that as to why I was
But even
educated
if you
different on the
want to see
subject.
how
Yeah,
it's how what applies here, one
yeah.
clue would be this is the rhyme scheme for this is L,
Hmm.
and the other two L's in the rhyme scheme that like match this are also CCH words, CCHI
Yeah.
words.
Yeah,
So fikiki and spikiki.
yeah. No, I'm not. Again, because you went and looked it up in a textbook. I'm probably
Right.
sure that yours is the right answer over what I was taught 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like this is it's one of those things where when we have these disparities, I wonder why the difference. You know
Hmm.
how my brain is. That being said, now going back to the actual like content of the messaging here. Again, this is setting up for what we have seen this in. What is this primarily about up to this point? Betrayal, in this case, a type of not maternal, god damn it, matrimonial betrayal up to this point, but it is a form of deceit and betrayal that each particular section has been specifically about. Um, Again, less poetic this time. This one's more historically inclined, even though in the Italian it all rhymes, or rhymes very heavily, I should say. That being said, it is again he's setting us up for what this particular area of hell is, and he's doing so far more heavily than he has in previous areas. Now, to me, this goes to Dante, the author. This is a critique on him as an author. This is, at least in my opinion, this is Dante himself getting less comfortable the deeper he goes, because he gets more flowery with the language. I don't think it's just for the reader's sake. I also think because, as he admits later in the epic, He doesn't know technically where he's going to go when he dies. He just knows that because he's still alive, he's not destined for any one of these three places yet. Only God will know his true fate. Um, I think he fears he may end up in one of these places. And the reason I say this is because in the previous canto, he basically chides himself for a previous betrayal of not upholding a blood oath. And he feels he may be so deep because of that type of betrayal that he may be guilty of said sin. At least that's my interpretation of it. Because you also get, and Rich can back me up a little bit on this, you also get inclinations of this in De Monarchia, that he is trying to make a better world because he views that he may not be going to the good place.
Mm. Yeah. Have we started talking about Capocchio yet?
Oh, I mean, you can go right into that. I was just talking. Yeah, I was just about to say, but I mean, you can go into it first. I was just going to say, you can back me up that this seems to me be a Dante telling of Dante, the author, that he is worried about his end resting place.
But here's the thing. I mean, it's really hard to be Catholic in general and not feel like you're going to hell almost every every waking minute of your day. Of your
is
days.
that our Well, but
I'm being dead serious.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but what my question is that our recency bias because of the way we interpret modern Catholic guilt, or was it always like that? And there weren't some people who truly believed, no, I'm going to be going to heaven, I'm good, except, like, that's what I mean, like, I don't know what it was like, but at least with Dante, with his writings, it seems like he is unsure and dreads the unsurety of it.
Keep in mind, he's post Augustine, right? And Augustine is like the father of like feeling guilty over the
yeah.
Okay, no, I'll give you that, but I'm talking culturally. That's all I was getting at. It's something to think about for us in the modern times.
Stole those pears, okay?
Well, but remember, in this time period, they still had, and forgive me for putting it this way for any of you who are still like diehard true believers in the audience, they still had all the myth of the rituals that gave them these complete pardons and absolutions of their sins, where sometimes all they had to do was go work a few hours in the church garden and all their sins were forgiven, no matter how vile, so on, so forth. Like, I don't know how like medieval and early Renaissance people viewed this stuff.
Well, it depends. Are you talking about like work, like
the laity?
Are you talking about like working? I understand what you're saying, but there's a difference between getting forgiveness and then what is it? Basically, paying for what you need to pay for in what was it? In purgatory after you die.
No,
like, there's a big difference between that.
That I'll get. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how I know how the clergy thought about this. I don't know how the laity thought about it because they don't fucking write shit down because most of them are goddamn illiterate. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what they thought, and therefore I just want to say, is it partially our recency bias, and therefore something to consider.
So what I would say is that and this is just like from experience of like, you know, going to church even as a child and whatnot, is that it's not uncommon for people just to walk up and talk to your priest and ask them questions about the faith. Like, it's not uncommon. So it would be something if something was gnawing at somebody that was going to church. Then they asked their priest would answer it in a way, because the priest would be literate, would be able
at
to
least
answer
at least 50% of them
for
would
them.
be yes. At least 50% would be yes.
Yeah.
Which I'll give you that. Because even at this time period, about 50% of the clergy was illiterate because most of them never learned it to read it. They
let's
learned
put it
it
this
by
way.
ear. But yes,
An illiterate priest would not be hard pressed to find a literate one
to correct
if he didn't know something for them to tell him.
No, and like I said, this I'm giving you.
There are
I'm just
fewer
saying,
degrees of separation between them and literacy.
Correct.
Yes. And all I was saying is that this is why I say it makes me question it, because we see in the early 10th century questioning, that's before now, still after Augustine, but we see that questioning within the lay people, and we see it talked about from the monks in the region of southern France at that time, where so like, that's why I say I don't know what the laity and the lay people thought of this. So it just makes me question, like, what would I have thought in this time period? We can kind of get some interpretation of what I think Dante is from his writings, because, I mean, he's not very clear sometimes, but he's very prolific in how much he talks about it. We can get some kind of emotional resonance from the word choices and imagery he chooses to evoke each sin and each condemnation, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I know. I get that, but what you're saying is like would the people know about these things? What I was just trying to bring about is that just because they can't read it for themselves doesn't mean they don't have the ways of.
No, I didn't say know about it.
Getting that information.
Think about it as different.
Because
think about it. There's a lot of things that you and I know about that we don't think about on a daily basis, that don't affect our decision making. That's what I'm getting at. That's all. That's what I'm getting into, is the that part of the thinking. We don't know this part, and therefore, at least we know that Dante was questioning this very heavily. And unlike what you and I are, well, I don't know the Society of Pius, but at least Irish Catholic, everybody was going to fucking hell. There was no, this person's going to heaven. It was everybody's going. We were damn near Baptist. No,
but like, what I'm getting at is that, like, usually when it comes to like mass, what is it? You have the homily, and the homily hasn't changed for what was it? Centuries. Possibly millennia.
I'd have to look it up. I think it's 275 years since the last time it changed. But yeah, it's been a very long time.
Right. But what I'm saying is that when you have, what is it, the priests themselves basically doing an interpretation of things to think about within the Catholic faith for the laity who are likely illiterate. Mm-hmm. It still gives them something to think about. It's not like they're mindless drones just going to see the ritual itself. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that like I was
just making sure you didn't think I thought it was.
No, like they're not thinking about this is kind of how you presented this. And I'm like, well, if the priest is giving a homily and the priest is an active member in the community, the chances are they probably are thinking about it.
No, that part okay, how do I put this? For example, for a modern analogy, I know there's a lot of shit that's going on TikTok. You have sent me some videos that you want me to react to that just the first 30 seconds of made me want to commit seppuku. I do not generally let what is happening on TikTok affect my...
You are welcome, sir.
I know. I do not generally let what's happening on TikTok affect my decision-making process, even though I am aware of it happening. And that's all I'm getting at. There are certain things we know about, we think about, but it does not come into our decision-making chain of thought, I should say. And that's all I'm getting at. When it comes to the every people... Were they more worried about where they're getting their next meal? Were they worried where they're getting their next screw? Were they worried where they're just going to spend their afternoon fucking break, the 30 minutes they get where the fucking taskmaster's not on their back? Like, that part we don't know. And that's the part, because they don't write that shit down. And that's whereas we get that from the clergy, so I know they all thought everybody was going to hell, and we know that later persisted to everybody, but was it like that at this time period? Because 2 centuries prior, we know it wasn't, because the church had to crack down on a bunch of fucking people who were thinking that shit.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there is probably more internal thought going on. It's just that like you had said before, it's not written down. I just think that there's probably there might actually be more. It might actually be even worse than we think because they because they basically have to take the word of the people that they trust around them.
Oh no, and that's kind of my point. It could be better or worse. I don't know which. That's why I'm trying to get us as the audience to Dante thinking about this, because he would know, or at least have a far better understanding than we would. But he doesn't really talk about them. Almost everybody he brings up are other aristocrats, or at least other semi-aristocrats like military generals, things like this, who may have been common born but rose to aristocracy through service, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So like he doesn't even talk about the layman and the everyman on a regular basis. Like we get little snippets here and there. And they are the dissenting voices that makes him question whether these judgments are just.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's why it makes me wonder. Is it our, and perhaps the clergy's, knowledge of all of these teachings that lead us to a greater surety of damnation due to the fact that it's almost impossible to live within those contradictions? Or is it perhaps the laity who view it more through a emotional lens as to what is just and unjust, that then affect the clergy later? Because as we see in history, that pendulum swings both ways. Which was it now?
Mm-hmm.
Dante's now. Sorry. You know what I mean? That's all
Yeah.
I'm getting at. Now, going back to the text, beyond the intention of the text, we don't, at least in the Longfellow does not make a note about Busso Donati. I don't know if he is highly relevant to the historical context. It seems more like a name to finish the story, to say who was being counterfeited to, as opposed to like a condemnation of this person, so the person who was wronged may be less important, because I didn't see notes, at least in my cursory scanning of Sayers, on this tercet. Is there one?
For who?
For Donati. Well, also Donati.
Oh, no, but funny enough, I just linked one. So if you into the spreadsheet and click on the link, there's an article called Buoso Donati and 9 Other Dead Guys You Need to Know. And basically,
what a title.
yeah, it's by
Amazing.
the Memphis Opera, of all places, by the way. It's probably because they had an opera where he appears in it. But he's a counterfeiter. And this is the most interesting. This is why I'm very glad to be going into these final 5. Because we're now entering the 10th Bolgia, which is the very bottom Bolgia, and it's for the falsifiers. And the reason falsifiers are at the bottom is because when they do something, they're like pulling the rug from under you. Like you have no foundation if you don't know what the truth is, right? And so currency counterfeiting, for instance, takes down the whole economic system.
Yep.
It's bad. And so that's why he's at the very bottom. And I was just thinking, like, if you look at the 9th Bolgia, which is just above this one, it's sowers of dissent. So that's like one of the worst things you can do. So I'm thinking about sowers of dissent. I think about like those Russian troll farms that are trying to get everyone to hate each other, as much as possible. But if they're not lying, because you can sow dissent with the truth, of course. If they're not falsifying, then they're one step above the falsifiers. They're in Bolgia 9. But if they're using misinformation to do it, or disinformation in this case to do it, then now you've descended to the 10th
Arguable
Bolgia.
that those aren't one and the same, but yes.
Yeah, sure. I understand. You can use the truth to tell a lie, but you can also like discern the truth from those things and like get back to the truth somehow. If the things that they're quoting are true,
Well,
lots
no,
of
I was just
times
saying
I'll
misinformation and disinformation, I would argue, are just different modalities of the same action.
yeah, in theory, misinformation is unintended, right? It's just you're lazy, you didn't fact check, and now you're saying something that's not true. Disinformation, you know it's not true, and you say it anyway.
Yeah.
But in both cases, yeah. So I don't know. Intentionality might matter for Dante in the fact that if the false rumors that you're spreading, like, were something you didn't know was false, you're participating in evil, but
I
you're
would
not
say intentionality
intentionally using it.
matters a whole lot because, as we talked about many, many, many weeks ago now, what's one of the first circles? Lust.
Mm.
He holds the sin that is driven by passions beyond your control,
I'll
the
tell you the I'll tell you
least.
the difference. Let's say Sensei goes up to you while we're all in the room and wants to derail the conversation. Not that you have to in this room, but still.
That's too easy
Um,
in this room.
Ken, just
he
tell
wants to
me what
derail,
to
and
just
he
tell me
says to
when.
you, "Hey, Rich told me that a perfect circle can have imperfect parts."
You're not going to trigger
Okay,
me today, buddy.
that's sowing. That's the sowing of dissent, right? But he's not lying. I did say that. That is something I believe, but he's not saying it for to
No,
support
he'd be
truth.
trying
He's
to
saying
get
it
me to
for
make a
entertainment
video
purposes.
to take that argument down.
Yeah, exactly. Or if he told you that I said something that I've never actually said. Like, that's the difference, right? So like the first one would get him into Bulge 9, the second one would
Yeah.
get him into Bulge 10.
Well, and I would say that intentionality matters because, as I said, one of the things that Dante puts at the highest levels is lust because it's the thing, it
Oh,
is a sin that you are not in complete control of yourself for. It is one of
right.
those things that even in this time period they understood sometimes the hormones take control, especially of young people, to do dumb shit that they wouldn't have normally done, etc. So on and
Right.
so forth. That is, I would say intentionality is highly relevant to Dante because he has brought up essentially the act of lust, later cheating wives, etc. But because they did it through deceit, they did it through malice, they ended up in lower circles. The lust wasn't the sin, the maliciousness was. So I would say he
Mhm.
very much cares about intentionality, and he's told us that for 29 cantos now, about to be 30.
So Puccini wrote an opera about all of this. The opera is about Gianni Schicchi or Schicchi, but but so Schicchi is a relative of Donati, and when Donati dies, Schicchi plots to inherit his wealth, also through falsification of documents and things like that. So they're both falsifying things, right? One is falsifying currency, the other one is falsifying like the will, the inheritance or whatever. So they're both falsifiers. They're both essentially counterfeiters because Skiki is like counterfeiting the will, just as Donati counterfeited currency. And so they both end up in the 10th Bolgia because of that, because they're both falsifiers.
Well, and not to spoil anything, but as we know, the final area we go through is the ultimate betrayer in the minds of Catholics. Like all of the final areas are about betrayal through layers of deceit,
Right.
different types, and each
Hmm.
one he views as a different layer of culpability.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
personally disagree with his ordering.
Right.
Because to me, as much as like Christians like hate that, like Judas was understandable. Rotten son of a bitch. Don't get me wrong. This isn't me like going like, oh my god, he's a good dude. But like, his decision was understandable when we understand like human psyche and like sociological implications of
But
like,
it's also falsification, right? Like,
hmm,
betrayal is the ultimate, for Dante, betrayal
yeah.
is the ultimate falsification. So he's pretending to be a believer in Jesus, but then he betrays him. So he's false, that was wrong. It was an incorrect thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich, quick question. How did Judas die?
He does suicide, right?
Oh, come on.
What?
Oh no, I was trying to bait
He
you
was
'cause
set. He
that's a
was.
comment. It's one of the most well-known contradictions in the Bible, the way that Judas died. Because in one case he was said to basically his guts fell open in the middle of a field that he bought with the 30 pieces of silver he got. And in the other one, the field was bought by the priests who gave him the 30 pieces of silver because he gave it back as blood money, and then he ended up hanging himself.
Yes, there's a big contradiction there, but what I thought you were setting him up for, because it's how we open the episode, I thought you were setting him up. No, what killed him was Catholic guilt.
Well, it kind of was, yeah.
Not the way I was going, but you know.
That's where I thought you were going there, because it would have been funnier.
I thought you were gonna go even funnier and make a joke that we're gonna say hashtag Judas didn't kill himself.
I mean, yeah, with the contradictions of the story, I mean, it could very well be them trying to fucking alibi each other in written form.
No, I'm kidding around. I was trying to make a joke like it was Epstein. So.
I know, but I just piled on because technically the contradictions make it more plausible.
Although
contradictions in the Epstein story too, okay?
Something really interesting about the contradiction in Judas's case is that in both stories, the field that was purchased with the money was called the Field of Blood.
Yes.
That is just, like, that's a detail that you wouldn't expect to be the same in both cases, especially because the reasons given for that field having name are different.
Because you're looking at it as historicity. When you look at the fact that we know that more than likely
even
those
from a
particular
narrative
texts were written hundreds of years later, they're looking at that area, and it is now called the Field of Blood, so that is why textually it would align.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that in both cases they're linking the Field of Blood to Judas, but in very different ways, and it's interesting from a narrative perspective that they are making that particular choice to link it with Judas, unless that was already something that was like that connection
folklore
already existed in the folklore, and now they're just writing it down, but they're giving different narrative reasons for it.
Well, and because we know that, at least based on the earliest versions of these texts that we have, and the particular type of language that many of them are using, many of these were written into the 1st and 2nd century. Like these texts were written decades later.
Years later. That you were being hyperbolic, right?
Well, depending on how far into the New Testament you go to, but yes,
I mean, it was decades later, but hundreds of years.
Yeah, so the two places where the story is found are in, I believe it's Mark and Acts, and both of those, I believe, were written within about 50 to 70 years.
Yeah, I think Acts is like 70 to 80, but yeah, but I'm talking the entire New Testament stretches across that time, so it was slight hyperbole, but not dramatic hyperbole.
Right.
But
yes. Mean like when? Yeah, but if the question is when was it first called the Field of Blood, you would have to say that probably got that name in the 1st century, right?
Probably, and that would mean that this is coming from the spoken word folklore at this time that has not been canonized and centralized, because this is obviously long before Nicaea and Trent and all that shit. Yeah. And that's all. Like people outside of people like us theology nerds do not understand how much the Bible and Christian teachings have changed over the centuries, because they just never fucking look. They do not realize that the standardization of even the 73 books wasn't standardized until centuries later.
It would have been at its most dynamic in the 1st century, right? Because until things are written down, like when it's still oral tradition.
I would argue technically it would be most fluid because we don't even know historically if any of these points hold up in the same way beyond a few key Roman figures. We don't know the time period, so it may be as early as first century CE that some of these stories are coming from. So yeah, it was probably
It doesn't
60.
take long for these things to like. I think most of the variation is going to occur pretty early. I have a friend group, and to this day, we talk about this time we went to the bar, and we had this
What
friend
do
of
you,
ours that would always
but
say
hold on, what do
stupid
you mean
things.
that variation would have happened early?
Oh,
Because
this I'm
that's
explaining it.
okay.
This my example is about how variation happens early. Like so, we were at the bar, and he made like a series of statements that were really dumb, and each time he tried to correct it, he made it worse. And the way we remember it, he said three things, but we can't remember like when we don't remember one of them, and there's a dispute as to when he said it. But first, he just said, "Man, my ass really hurts," and of course. We were all like, "Oh, I see. Yeah, your ass really." He's like, "No, no, no. It's just I've been sitting on hardwood all day." That made it
Yeah,
worse.
yeah.
And then he said something else that made it even worse. And all of us have a different version of what he said next. But he said three things. We distinctly remember he said three things.
It was
But
probably
one of
something
those,
like a deck or something else with another
yeah,
homonymical
whatever it was.
relationship. Yeah.
And so all I mean to say is like the difference in accounts happened the very next day when we were trying to tell the story, and we all told it differently. We only remembered two of the
Okay.
three things.
Okay, I see what you mean. Logically, I
Yeah.
would say that you are
And here we are
probably right.
decades later, and the story hasn't changed for decades. But the
Well,
variation between our stories
yes,
is
but you're
decades old.
you're talking about a very small p and n value in this one,
Yeah,
and all I'm going to
sure.
get at is, I
It's
will
just an
say you are
example. It's
more
not
than
data.
likely, right, but I would have to talk to somebody like Dr. Bowen or Dr. Davis, and like because we
Yeah.
know how much since the schisms have occurred and how many. I mean, we're up to 42,800 denominations of Christianity worldwide. There are more denominations of
Tell them our
Christianity.
hardwood story. It'll be very illuminating.
But my point is there's over 42,000 denominations. That means there's more denominations, more completely different religions of Christianity than there are other religions. They have split so
Mhm.
much. So I don't
Yeah,
know if there's been more variation in modern time or ancient time, but I have a suspicion you might be right.
yeah. I'm just saying, once something's written down, certainly there can be variation after it's written down,
Hmm.
but that's like one element that sort of anchors things a little more than, well, a
Hmm.
lot more really
Yeah,
than
I just
before.
have to talk to people who have studied this shit for decades longer than I have at a higher level than I have to be sure
Sure.
on that. But I think you're probably right. Just
I
because,
remember
good delay calls.
what I was going to say is you had said like they adding the what is it, the Septuagint to the Bible. It happened during the Council of Trent, and the Council of Trent, if I remember correctly, was like 40 or 50 years after the Protestant Reformation.
Mm.
I forget the exact number of years, but sounds about right.
It
Like it's
that's right in there because it's like 1517 is the Protestant Reformation, and then it's like I want to say it's like 40 years afterwards
no.
is
I
the
forget
Council of
the
Trent.
1545 to 1563.
yeah. So I knew it was close. I just didn't remember the exact year.
At
So
that
yeah.
point, people start looking at ancient lists of books to find out what counts, right? And that one kind of reminds me of fan debates over what counts as the DCEU and what counts as the Snyderverse.
Well, I
These are
mean,
very like,
you're not entirely wrong, but like, at least for me, I tend to go by the most inclusive approach because when you actually include the Apocrypha and you go all the way up to the 88 books that we suspect are part of the original teachings,
right.
the stuff that was removed every single time was removed to centralize power either to a king or a nation and away from the people every time. And
My main thing is when I look at like the when it comes to like the apocryphal texts, I look at the reason why they excluded them. That's my main reason why, like their thought process for excluding them. and that's where I draw my issue with it.
Well, and I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of their reasoning was also fucked. But I look at the overall effect, and because I can't know what was in their mind, I can know what they argued. But you and I have both seen so many people argue shit they don't fucking believe because they're just effective at arguing it. You know what I mean? And it seems like what they believed is we need to prevent the power from decentralizing each time they removed books at the various stages. Because originally it was the 88, then it got broke down to the 81, then to the 73, so on and so forth. And the last major one, which everybody fucking knows because it's the second most used version of the Bible on the planet, the King James Version, was specifically to put most of the power into the hands of a king. Like, we know this. We have the motherfucker's exact fucking reasoning because he talked about it. Why he wanted this version of the Bible written.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no qualms about it. He fucking flat out stated that it was to pull power away from the church.
I mean, that makes sense because King James was, what, 2 down from Henry VIII, who split off the church in the first place. So he wanted to put more power specifically into the Church of England and into the crown's leadership of
like
that
we can talk about like the
intentionality
intentionality of the clergy, because that could be like a very like nuanced discussion, but we know that dickhead's fucking intention because he fucking stated it, and we have it in like letters that he fucking wrote and shit.
Yeah.
Like that's different, and therefore like we know that one, and therefore when I know that was one modality that as to why these changes were made, and I know that the Catholic Church wasn't much better about trying to centralize control, and then I look at the effect of each.
We were the first ones to centralize control.
Well, obviously, but you know what I mean. they don't like giving it up either. But
Yeah,
more my point is when we look back, I don't want to say additions because that's not accurate. It's not also revisions, but the modifications to what was considered canon and not. When we look at these changes, almost all of them centralize that power, with the exception of the first, which didn't centralize the power to a nation or a church or a king, but centralized that power to the book itself, which were the first books removed. We prefer to call it a
clarification, all right?
Yeah, I remember the harmonization that Catholics do. That's why I'm saying I don't know which one is technically the most accurate term when we go into like literary things. But when I go to the first one, that was to decentralize or to centralize the power in the book itself, and those were the first books removed.
Hey, listen, Oceania has always been at war with East Asia.
Oh, I had somebody try to tell me, oh God, this is a slight tangent, we'll get back out of the reading after this. Somebody tried to tell me Australia is not a continent. The continent is Oceania.
Technically true if you go by like...
Only if you go by tectonic plates.
If you go by the tectonic plate definition of a continent, yes. But
that would mean that we technically have like 12 continents instead of 7 if we do that.
Yes. Yes, because the Indian subcontinent would then just be its own continent. So yeah.
Yes, like that is not how we define continent, little fucking person. Stop it. I know you want to include the islands.
To be fair, the definition of continent is extremely fluid and not in any way standardized.
I would argue it's been standardized for at least the 80 years, but that will be a whole.
I'm going to tell you right now that the definition of continent means that you are in full capacity of using your bowels. Okay, I'm just telling you right now.
Okay, Gibbs.
But the definition of continent is about as standardized as the definition of species.
Again, we were going to get too far off into a tangent if we argue this, because I would disagree with that assessment. I would say it would be on. for quick analogy for any of the nerds in there, you'll get this quick enough. I'd say more on the order of family, but close enough.
No, well, no, I wasn't talking taxonomically. I was talking
Yep.
about the fact that we don't have a good definition for what a species is.
Yes, and technically, based on the way that the nomenclature has adapted, the fact that we have added more radial fucking portions to this, the fact we have added more intermediate layers between this, etc. Technically, we also have a shifting and adapting definition of all of these terms, and therefore I would put it at the family level, which is more standardized and stays more congruent with minor modifications over the last 80 years, as opposed to species, which at this point we have things that we call different species that could still interbreed, and one of the defining laws of speciation is the lack of the ability to interbreed anymore. So, like,
Which is why that species concept has been considered to be very problematic.
Yes, it is currently in transition, whereas families transitioned happened a while ago. Same with continent. Continent has been minor modifications rather than major modifications, whereas species is currently undergoing that transition.
All right.
Yeah. Again, for the science nerds, you all got that. Back to the reading, because otherwise we'll be here all damn day. See, I tried to stop going off on the church history fucking tangents, and we do this instead. I planned for one tangent and another one comes up. It's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, to be fair, I did the Judas tangent, because Rich had just said a perfect circle can have imperfect parts, and because Judas came up, and I'm just like, God damn it, I couldn't help myself.
Well, yeah, and Rich and I have argued about that in the past, and one of these days I will get him to understand that that's not how perfection works.
It really isn't.
We will get him there. But, that being said, I don't know what line we're on.
I could derail by answering, but
I know.
I have a little bit of empathy for someone who has to go to sleep.
Fair enough.
Well, not super soon, but close enough. Now we are getting through the reading quicker because thankfully this, since I said this canto is mainly brain candy, we can do it in larger chunks. This is, like I said, this to me feels like Dante trying to normify the serality into something that would be less cognitively disjunctive to the reader and to Dante the character, since, as we have talked about, it's three separate entities of Dante: Dante the author, Dante the narrator, and Dante the character.
The triple Dante, the trinity of Dante.
Yeah, the triune.
Three
Dante.
people in one. Yes, the triune Dante. Three persons in one entity, or whatever it is.
The triune Alighieri. There we go. Yeah, but I mean, really, that's what it seems like, is because, as I said when we got off on the beginning of this tangent, it seems like this is Dante's confession that he is not confident where he will go, and he fears that he may end up in some of the darkest circles that he is describing. And a kind of settling of the nerves of, okay, I gotta finish my story. I gotta finish it. Because one thing, again, that we've talked about in previous cantos, he's highly motivated. This is not something that people did, even in this time period. Epics were not a normal form of literature. These are highly rare individuals that do these type of stories. And the motivation to finish, the inability to leave it unfinished, I should say, I feel is what motivates these pauses that we get every few cantos, where he tries to resettle the reader and the character, because these settling points also seem to be settling points for Dante, the character, because it's less action, more story. It's more spoken word, more conversation, less atrocity and horror being physically witnessed. So it's almost like Dante, the author, is trying to always put us into the POV of Dante, the character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Richard and Tom, if you guys would like to pick up from there, we're at and after the two maniacs have passed. And
Let's see.
I will say I am happy I did get to read my Yonder. So
I did kind of plan that, but
Sorry, what was the last line read?
the last line read was making a will and giving it due form. The next line is and after two maniacs had passed. And after the two maniacs had passed, I should say.
Okay. Here.
Because for some reason, when I numbered it last night
there it
and closed Miro, the numbers did not say. Fucking annoying.
Yeah. Okay, so this is line 46. What am I going to?
And it looks like you'll be going down to for which I left my body burned above. Future sense now.
Okay, trying to find it. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay, 75. All right, cool. And after the two maniacs had passed, on whom I held mine eye, I turned it back to look upon the other evil born. I saw one made in fashion of a lute, if he had only had the groin cut off just at the point at which a man is forked. The heavy dropsy that so disproportions the limbs with humours which it ill concocts, the face corresponds not to the belly, compelled him so to hold his lips apart as does the hectic, who because of thirst, one towards the chin, the other upward turns. O ye who without any torment are, and why I know not in the world of woe, he said to us, behold and be attentive unto the misery of Master Adam. I had while living much of what I wished, and now, alas, a drop of water crave. The rivulets that from the verdant hills of Cassenton descended down into Arno, making their channels to be cold and moist, ever before me stand, and not in vain, for far more doth their image dry me up than the disease which strips my face of flesh. The rigid justice that chastises me draweth occasion from the place in which I sinned, to put the more my sights in flight. There in Romana, where I counterfeited the currency imprinted with the Baptist, for which I left my body burned above.
And this just reinforces what Rich was talking about earlier, if he's still here to go into it, about the condemnation of the intentionality behind the counterfeiting being the delineating factor between just fraudulent and counterfeit.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out Longfellow's description is more difficult to render because he says I saw one made in the fashion of a lute, as if he had only had the groin cut off just at the point at which a man is forked. And of course, me seeing the words point at which a man and then is forked, I was very confused until I read the Musa translation in which he's like, cut him off from his legs below the belly where they divide them to. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought this was talking about like genital anatomy, not his fucking legs.
Well,
thank you,
Long. You're talking about a fork with 2 prongs or 3.
Yeah, so that was a little confusing, but now
Or
okay.
tines,
So
I guess
basically,
They are talking about this essentially.
I don't know what the hell they mean by dropsy. That is not a word I'm familiar with, and it's used in all 3 translations.
And for anybody who has never watched that movie, don't. It will give you trauma. But it is a good movie.
which movie?
Kids. It's a movie from the 90s
Oh,
about a coming of age story in New York City that has one of the most fucking rug pull, tear jerker endings of a movie that has some of the most problematic imagery in it, and we should probably check the director's hard drive for other shit that shouldn't exist. But he ended up making a damn good movie.
okay. So I had to look up the word dropsy, and it's basically just a very old word for edema or swelling. And I'm mad at Sayers because she is the most recent of our three translations that we have here. She was writing this in the 50s. She still used the word dropsy. Like, I I have never heard this word even from like old-timey movies where, something like swelling
You would have
would
heard
have been brought up.
You would have heard it if you. Oh God, Rich? What's the movie that's about fucking the lawyer North? I can't remember it. Fantastic Mr. North, whatever it is. 1930s, like Rhode Island, like Newport, Rhode Island type speak. You'd still hear people say it.
Yeah, but my point is that Sayers was writing this in the 50s.
In Sayers'
Even for
childhood,
even in her time, the word dropsy would have been archaic.
okay, in the side chat, I'm putting a Google Ngram analysis. The word
Okay.
the word sort of starts dropping off after 1860, and it hits its current bottom around 1960. So
Okay.
if she was growing up like in the early 20th century, it was already in disuse by then, but it would have been more used than now. It would have been something that she had heard a lot as a kid. But even then, even when she was a kid, it was used far less than just 50 years prior.
Well, at least in
Yeah,
written
like
word.
I'm looking at in 1930, right, when she would have been younger, it
Right.
was used barely more than it was, and like
Yeah.
it's pretty much flattened out since about 1950.
Yeah.
It's used about the same today as it was in 1950,
Yeah,
so I'm
yes,
calling that.
but think about us today in 2025. How many books have you read from the 1800s? Personally,
A
it's well over.
few, not like
Oh, personally, it's well over a couple hundred for me. Um,
okay.
like
She was born in 1893.
which means she would have been
And also
exposed
keep
to
in mind,
even earlier text.
she was also one of those very popular mystery writers.
Hmm.
So that means she probably, like a lot of mystery writers of that time, she was probably obsessed with the 19th century. And a lot of people
Okay.
would have said Dorothy. I mean, a lot of people would have said Dropsy in a lot of her novels. I would bet. I would
Yep.
guess.
And that's what I was
Okay.
getting at is like this is one of those things where it's
I'm sure a lot of her mysteries took place on trains. Like with Murder on the Orient Express. I'm
now
sure she had
she
heard
now
somewhat of that.
yeah now she used tertiary edema. I'd be concerned because now it's going into the future, a term that she should have no
Yeah.
access
Yeah,
to.
but like I would have been fine if she had just used the word
Or if
swelling instead of dropsy. Like I
well no, no
get for
I
Longfellow and Musa,
It would have been old
and like
fashioned even in her day,
and
for sure.
and like to be entirely fair to her, the Italian word is idropsi. So like it's a very literal translation, but even that still annoys me that like
remember one of the
the
reasons
heavy
that Rich
swelling.
yeah
It would
but
have been
remember
it would have been so much easier to understand.
Rich and I like Sayers because she tries as much as possible, unlike many others, to stick to as close as to what Dante wanted on the page. Except for when it's a little bit too profane for her, then she'll cutesy it up a little bit. Fart hole instead. Or what was it? She instead of fart hole, she says where he makes wind.
Yeah.
So little things like that. She tries to stick as close to the original, and she would have had access to it. So I wouldn't consider this anachronistic. Unlike if she had went with, say, Karasan, which would have been a old Italian for the type of swelling that when you push your fingers into it, the depression doesn't leave, which is equivalent to the type of edema that is described by dropsy.
Yeah, maybe I just asked ChatGPT what the term in the 1950s would have been, and it did suggest edema.
Yeah,
Or
but
they just
tertiary
have
edema
bloated.
is more of a modern interpretation of the concept. But yeah, edema's not new. I think edema's 1700s. I'd have to look.
Not new, but I asked like colloquially, right? Edema would have certainly they did use edema back then. That's what ChatGPT suggested. But
No,
that would
actually,
have been more
edema comes from ancient Greek.
Well, no, but I mean common usage in medical term as opposed to just the root of the language. Because remember, there are words that we have formed in Greek and Latin in modern times that would have never been spoken in ancient Greece.
Fair.
Or-
Okay, so it originally comes from New Latin, which was about 1500, as part of the Italian Renaissance.
Close enough then. I said 1700 because I was thinking
Maybe-
Linnaeus.
people in Sayre's time would remember dropsy because it was a word their grandparents used or something, you know?
Or maybe it was intentionally beyond the transliteration.
Yeah, maybe
because
she
it
wants
was
to
so
be
close.
old-fashioned because
Yeah,
she's
it was
doing
intentionally archaic. Yeah, because she does that on occasion too, where she will intentionally
It
archaic
does make it
a
sound
word.
more, otherworldly when you do that. Sort of like how, the language coaches for Deadwood, the TV show Deadwood, one of their
Mhm.
rules was no contractions.
Mm.
Because for whatever reason, if you don't use contractions, it sounds more 19th century.
There is actually a study
Even though that
was
wasn't the case in
done.
the 19th.
I didn't know that about Deadwood, but there was a study done.
So-
I think it was the 1950s.
So what you're telling me is that
Go ahead.
So what you're telling me is Roddenberry wrote data to sound like he was from the 1900s?
Yeah. Well, I think it was to make it sound other in some way, right? So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Deadwood, it made it seem like it's not the 21st century, right? It's some other world. And in the case of Data, it just made him sound not less human, you know?
Well, there was
Um,
actually a study done, and I want to say it
It
was
just
the
makes it
50s.
sound other. That's all.
Yeah, but it was a study done in the 50s or 60s. It was around the same time that the studies were done around linking profanity and intelligence. This was done about written word and intelligence, and it showed that people who use contractions more tend to know their subject matter better, and people who tend to resort to removing all contractions from their language are more pseudo-intellectual and trying to up word counts. Like they were doing this across like multiple scholarly papers in multiple fields, English, science, geology, like they didn't discriminate on that. And they noticed that the papers that were usually refuted the most because data was incorrectly interpreted refused to use contractions of any kind, and the ones that got refuted the least used contractions and even used them incorrectly and used things like double contractions, like mustn't have, which has two apostrophes in it.
Used to could.
Yep.
Because the more that you understand a subject, the more you are able to shorthand it. And the reason that they ended up doing this study is they showed that stenographers in courts actually had a greater aptitude at writing and reading than even novelists.
I've noticed
Well,
that.
hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Are you trying to admit now that saying things simply means that you understand the subject?
No. Saying things in a simplistic language, yes. But there are certain things that cannot be explained simply. I know you're trying to give me a bar, but I'm explaining to the chat who's not going to understand the reference. Yes, because there are certain subjects. Oh, go ahead, Rich. Delay caught us.
One of the things I've noticed this like way back in the 80s because I knew some sort of Nation of Islam folks back then, and I noticed that a lot of the Nation of Islam folks at that time didn't use contractions, and they also used unnecessarily big words, and they pronounced every syllable. There was something about their sort of rhetoric that did that, and I think that they thought
Oh.
that they sounded more intellectual when they
No,
did that.
I can tell you exactly what it is. They were intentionally trying to avoid the stereotype of
Yes.
what we now call African American vernacular English, or AAVE,
Right.
what was often called Ebonics derogatorily. They were intentionally avoiding that because that would have been used against them had they used it. So they were trying to. They were
for sure. That's exactly
Exactly.
what it was. Yeah.
Well,
That's exactly
and I would argue only one point in what he said. Ebonics was used derogatorily by some, but it was a legitimate term. I met a person who went to UCLA Berkeley who has a fucking doctorate in it.
Yeah.
So-
Also,
I will say it was a legitimate term at one point.
but that was exactly. I mean, it's funny that Ancom says that, because I remember there being like arguments at multiple points where the people who were doing this, they were, Nation of Islam folks or whatever, they would argue far most vociferously with other black people who didn't do that, trying to say that they were not representing their race.
Oh, this was this was socially enculturated colorism.
Yeah.
100%.
They were more.
100%.
They fought more with, like, I should say, normie black people than they ever did with white people.
The funny part is, what they were doing was a form of integration, which, given the Nation of Islam's attitude toward white integration specifically, is very counterintuitive, but it just shows that, like, they were still influenced by white colonizer propaganda without even realizing it.
But it was also like a cartoon of what white people sounded like, right? Because they were so working too hard.
They were this is where I would argue that it was an overcompensation unintentionally. I believe it was intentional.
Yeah.
And the reason I'll say this, one of the more famous people that people our age will remember who spoke like this was Farrakhan. And Farrakhan...
Farrakhan was the founder of NOI, wasn't he?
I don't remember if he's the founder, but he was definitely a prominent figure for a very long time. But Farrakhan spoke like this during press conferences when speaking to white journalists. And Farrakhan, at least in my opinion, based on the way he spoke to black journalists, was doing this as a parody, and other people didn't get in on the joke. He was doing it to mock whites, and others took it as a thing to emulate because it was the proper way to speak, as opposed to what Farrakhan intended it as. Personally, that's my interpretation based on newsreels I remember of the jackass.
Fair enough.
Rich, Despy, you're old enough to remember him, so any input?
Not really.
I mean, fair enough. Unfortunately, where I grew up, Farrakhan was a very popular figure with certain groups of certain regions of Detroit. Thankfully, he was not more popular, because otherwise I think Detroit would have had a much worse time in the 80s. But we unfortunately had a fair few who were dickhead, absolute Farrakhan nut riders. They were as bad as Hassan nut riders in modern times. Just to bring this into a modern analogy for you younger viewers. No, that was for the audience. Because they aren't gonna. Are you fucking kidding me? Anybody who's in college today isn't gonna know who the fuck Louis Farrakhan is. They don't. We're just saying a name to them that they have to Google later.
Didn't he run for president
in the 90s? I think. I don't.
I thought it was the 80s. He started the Rainbow Coalition, right?
I believe
Jesse Jackson.
That was Jesse Jackson?
I was about to say I believe he was part of it, but I didn't remember. Again, I don't remember if he's the founder of Nation of Islam.
Jackson's part of the Rainbow Coalition, and Jackson's also ran for president. So I don't remember Farrakhan doing that.
I think he did at one point, or he tried to, and he never made it out of the primary. I forget now. It's been so many years. That being said, I think so is the best answer I can give you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I might have been just getting people mixed up, is what happened. So
Well, and the thing is unfortunately with the two that you mixed up,
There's a
they're
lot of
both.
overlap in terms of what
Yeah,
they
I was about to
believe.
say they're both
They
equally
both hated
dickheads.
Jews.
Yeah,
They were both anti-Semites.
absolutely. Which I
They were both
still
black civil rights leaders who were anti-Semites.
and
Yep.
both use many of the
One was
same
Christian and
exact
one
direct
was
parallels.
Nation of Islam. So
And I'd argue that Farrakhan, based on some of his teachings, was more in line with like a more extreme form of fucking fundamentalism, Southern Baptist, than even Nation of Islam.
oh, yeah, he didn't
Because,
care about like hadiths and stuff like that.
no.
They called themselves Nation of Islam, but
Yeah,
a lot
but
of Muslims
culturally
say
they were more just like the fundy equivalent of Southern Baptist.
right. Yeah, I agree with that.
At least that was my interpretation from everything I've seen. I'd never
I feel like
like
they would
actually
focus on the
spent.
parts of the Quran that were most compatible with sort of Black Christian gospel teaching.
And that
Um,
may have been inculcation. You and I both know how powerful that is and how many churches have used it. It
yeah,
wouldn't surprise me if that's why they did it. But yeah, that's how it felt to me, like seeing
I mean
that
they were
movement.
kind of anti-Western, and they saw Islam as anti-Western, and so there was like solidarity there
Hmm.
in their minds.
It's kind of
But
like the
then the
jackass
second
I was
some
dealing with
imam in
in.
the Middle East would try to correct them, then all of a sudden they didn't give a shit.
Yeah, like I was watching Jovan Bradley the other day, and this asshole came in trying to defend Russia and what it's doing in Ukraine and all this crap, and I'm just like, wait. uh, 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 dude, you realize that that's not how this is supposed to work, right? Like he kept saying things that were just so demonstrably untrue, where it was like he believed the myth rather than the reality of the subject. Same concept.
Oh man, don't get me started in Ukraine right now because they're fucking with Germany. We'll talk about that afterwards.
Yeah, that I was about to say that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
But now
A
back
FOFA
to
news conversation.
yeah,
yeah, I was about to
yeah.
say. Now that being said, getting back to where we were because I think you had stepped away from the mic to help your mom with
Yeah, sorry,
something.
I did.
This area that we had just finished reading seems to reinforce your point. Now that I know you're here substantially, reinforce your point about the intentionality being important to Dante, because he
Yeah,
just did multiple tercets about the intentionality of this counterfeiting event being the
yeah,
reason why his body was left burned above.
right.
So it would seem to reinforce your supposition on the intention. Well, I think yours and mine, if not all of ours,
I mean,
supposition that
just
the
the name of the book,
intentionality is
right?
important.
Like, if number 9 is sowing discord and number 10 is falsification,
Yep.
like, yeah. I mean, to
No,
me, that
wait.
just
Hold on. Correct me. Weren't those added later? I didn't think Dante actually titled them. I thought
yeah,
that
those aren't
was.
his titles of it, but I mean, that's what they are. I mean, if you look at all the examples, that's what they
No,
are.
I agree. I was just making sure I wasn't
Yeah,
misremembering because I thought those were added later.
Yeah, I don't think Dante ever titled any of his cantos.
yeah, no.
I think the furthest he titled was the separation of the three portions of the epic.
Yeah, the three canticles
And
being
even then,
named
like,
Inferno, Paradiso, or Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso, and that was about it.
yeah, and we were just talking before you guys came in about how in my head canon, Canto 1 is not a part of any of the canticles. So there's like
Well,
Canto 1, and
see,
then
that's
there's
where.
33 cantos in a row for each of the other three.
Well, see, this is where I disagree because we are technically.
Hold on. I said in my head canon.
I know, and I know, and I just
You don't
wanted.
disagree that that's in my head canon.
I disagree that your head canon is accurate. I would say that there's
I didn't make a claim of
33 and a
accuracy.
half. I would say there's 33 and a half cantos in Inferno and half of one for one, because by the latter half we're getting into the first circle, and that's all I would. That's why I would include it within the Inferno itself personally, as opposed to a prelude like you do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when he crosses the threshold, but I assume it's at the end of Canto 1.
Yeah, it's the like last two lines, last three lines, but you're getting to the transition barrier for the five or six previous, etc. And that's what I mean. Like it's one of those where it's like I can't consider it a true like prequel or like prologue. like you do, because unlike like some of the stuff that we have from Homer, where we have to treat these things in that way because we have the lost works, we see the direct transition in this one. You know what I mean?
Okay. Apparently, he crosses the threshold in Canto 3. So maybe you could say he's kind of in the vestibule of hell, like
Okay, I see
in
now.
Canto 2.
I see why they argue that. I would argue that it's after he passes the beast, but okay. That's an argument over topology of when you have entered hell. I would say after you've entered the first barrier, that is when you have entered the first circle. But that's
Right.
that's an argument over a nuance that I'm sure other scholars have argued, and we don't have time for.
Right.
That being said, because to me, what's the like Despy can answer this. The first barrier to any journey is the beginning of the adventure in almost all epics. This is especially true in Chinese and Japanese literature.
So Virgil tells Dante about hell in Canto 2. So in my head canon, then Canto 2 would be the first canto, for that reason.
And no, I can grant you that. It's just, I guess it's more the eastern side of me that thinks it's the first barrier, which is the three animals.
Right. Yeah, I think the three animals are like the challenges that we have in life that will ultimately determine which of the three canticles we belong in.
And you may be right, but like to me,
it's not a feature of the afterlife. It's the feature of life still. So it's the world of the living still.
And you very well may be right. Unfortunately, Dante didn't make that clear enough, in my opinion, because it can be interpreted in this way. Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Like, you may be right because if they by scholarly consensus are drawing a physical barrier as opposed to a challenge barrier to where the entrance to hell is when they cross with Kairos. That would make sense to me, at least.
Right.
I disagree with it, but because that doesn't seem... It would seem like anything like this, any epic, any prolonged journey of a single hero through a story, which is pretty much what epics are. The first barrier, the first challenge is always the beginning of the story. The preamble is before you meet your first obstacle, because how you achieve your circumvention, your success over that obstacle.
All that stuff. Yeah, preparatory thing.
Yeah. And that's just how it feels to me, and maybe that's just my Western influence being overridden by the Eastern influence.
I don't disagree with that. I think that's yet another argument that hell hasn't started yet in Canto 1.
We'll go too far off onto that. We'll do that. We'll do that for another day when we get to revamp. Hopefully we can get Eucharist in another week soon, because he'll have a lot of fun picking apart some. Camera, what the fuck are you doing? My camera just...
you cut out there.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You cut out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it did that. That's fucking weird. Oh well. Either way, I think we're up to Rich now for reading. Yeah, we've gone through.
Yeah, I guess I can do it real quick, and then I've got to head out the door. So.
Yeah. I think we ended off at line 45. You said, Ancom.
No.
Or 75, rather. So
we ended at 75. So we're
76.
picking up on, but if I here could see.
But if I here could see the trustful soul of Guido or Alessandro or their brother, for Branda's fount I would not give the sight, one is within already, if the raving shades that are going round about to speak truth. But what avails it me, whose limbs are tied? If I were only still so light that in 100 years I could advance 1 inch, I had already started on the way. Seeking him out among the squalid folk, although he circuit be 11 miles, be not less than half a mile across. For them am I in such a family that they did induce me into coining florins, which had 3 carats of impurity. And I to him, Who are those two poor wretches that smoke like unto wet hand in winter, lying there close upon thine right hand confines? I found them here, replied he, when I reined into this chasm, and since they have not turned, nor do I think they will for evermore. One of the false women who has accused Joseph, the other, the false Sinon, Greek of Troy, from acute fever they send forth such reek.
So, okay, so this one, again, the intentionality matters. Even though this person did not, based on the way this is worded and articulated in English anyways, Ancom can correct this on the Italian in a minute if it's not accurate. He didn't even seem to want to be a counterfeiter. But because family pushed him to it, it didn't matter. He still ended up in hell because he committed the sin. Is that how that reads in the Italian to you, Ancom?
Give me just a second. For the yeah. Weirdly enough, the English induce comes from the Italian inducero, so it's almost exactly the same word. But yeah, to induce someone means to coerce or compel them into doing something. So yeah, he wasn't wanting to do this,
but it still landed him in one of the deepest reaches of hell.
Yep.
So the intentionality matters, but only to a point. Because even if you don't want to do it, if you still do it, the action is still there.
Well, it's still intentional, right? It's just you're conflicted or you're forced or whatever, but you're.
Well, but say for example, but say for example, and I'll use an example from a TV show that people can go watch because it's also a great TV show. There was an episode of this show called Numbers back in the early 2000s, where an artist was kidnapped and forced to create engraving plates for counterfeiters. By the way, Dante describes this. This woman was induced to counterfeit. But despite the fact that she had no intentionality of counterfeiting, the fact that she did so rather than resisting is enough to land her in hell. Which...
Yeah. Oh, and something else I found interesting here. So they're saying these coins had 3 carats of impurity. Now, this is carats with a C, which means it is a measure of purity rather than a measure of weight, like for diamonds, which is carats with a K. Anyways,
yep.
So 3 carats of impurity. Pure gold is considered to be 24 carats. So this is 21 karat gold. We see gold these days, typically you'll see 18 karat being, what's advertised to a lot of, it's the jewelry, it's the cheaper jewelry for people who are, aren't wealthy, basically. So this is still fairly high purity gold, right?
But the thing is this is the recency bias that I talked about earlier, just on a different subject, because we think of it by now, whereas the reason that we lowered carats was not just because of the cost, which was part of it, but it is also because what is one particular material quality of 24 karat gold, scientist man?
It's extremely soft and deforms easily.
Yes, we have to alloy it to harden it for modern jewelry, because ancient jewelry was highly decorative, eminently considered a perishable good. They lost or destroyed them all the fucking time. They didn't care about it in that way. They cared about the purity because the purity indicated the level of technology they had access to.
Well, it's interesting because I'm pretty sure that purity is where the something you see in old TV shows, a lot of people would get money and they would bite into it because in something that is pure gold, it would leave a very visible tooth mark. But
And if
the
it was
interesting
pure
thing
lead,
here,
it would be even more of a tooth mark. And if it was alloyed,
yeah,
it would leave no tooth mark. Yep.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
to
so
this day,
you have this
sorry.
interesting thing where a pure gold florin, right, which is a coin, would be very easy to deform, and therefore probably would not actually have worked well as long-term currency.
Well, no, actually, because the florins were by weight. So let's say I had a florin that would, like, to use a modern thing, that got smushed flat by a railroad tie, type thing, like we
Mhm.
do with pennies. It would still be
Yep.
one florin's worth of gold because they could put it on a scale. But other than
Okay.
that, other than that, I agree with you. But that's because they still use scales for weight. They wouldn't even count certain coins if the price was too high. They would literally just put the coins on a scale.
Oh, okay. See, I figured this was a similar thing to Roman times, where they would stamp a face or a seal of some sort into the coin, and it would be that stamp that would have given it value. But I guess if it's pure gold, then it doesn't really matter.
But for example, go on,
That's why-
Rich, because the delay has caught you a few times. Go on, Rich.
it's just to this day, like when we go to debate tournaments and people get medals or whatever, to this day we do the picture where you're biting the medal. It's because of all that
Yeah.
tradition.
Yeah, and like
They do it at the Olympics. They do it, anytime you get a medal, you take that iconic photo.
Well, and Ancom, the reason behind this is because counting houses were eminently rare at this time. They existed, but there'd be like one or two per city. And this was an easy way for mass counting houses that were essentially getting a huge influx of business to deal with the issue of clipped coins. Because if a coin is, it wouldn't weigh right.
Yep.
So then if you
take shavings off the edge, that makes sense.
So now if you have a bunch of clipped coins in mass, you can go, hey, so I don't know where you got clipped along the way, but you owe us an extra blank florins.
Yeah.
It's time period and monetary system at the time. It is what it is. That being said, 3 carats of impurity, for those of you who haven't had your eyes glaze over yet, is minuscule, even in this time period. So this is to indicate it does not matter the gradation of this particular sin or full intentionality of this sin. It is this act itself that will land you in hell. Because he has indicated...
For people who...
Even modern economics to this, right? Because if you look, there's a... Hold on, I'm going to turn off my GPS. If you look in modern economics, there's this thing called, what do you call it when money turns over? Not acceleration, but you know what I'm talking about. Like when money turns over and over again, every time it's an iterative approach, right? So let's say going from 24 carats to 21, okay, you're talking about a 15% degradation over the value.
Not even 12 and a half.
Yeah, there you go, 12 and a half. But then you multiply that each time with each iteration. So let's say it gets melted down, and then like you degrade it again, and then you degrade it again. And so like in modern sort of currency theory, it's called what is it called?
Devaluation.
No, it's the number of times it's like, I want to say acceleration, but it's not acceleration. It's a word that sounds similar to that. I'll remember it in a minute. But the point is...
Appreciation?
No, it's... like if it turns over 20 times, then the effect of that money has 20 times the effect on the economy. And it's part like it's M1.
What you're describing is currency velocity. I don't know the term you're looking for, but I know that...
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly what I was trying to find. Yeah, that's the word. So the point is, if you degrade by 12.5% with each iteration, eventually the whole system comes down. It becomes worthless because you have no way of measuring anything. Like if you go after the weights and measures of a system, then that's what currency essentially is. It's one of the ways we measure things.
Yeah.
Right? We just measure wealth with it. So if that 12% thing sounds like only 12.5%, but it really becomes approaching 100% when you iterate it over each style.
Within a certain reasoning, I mean, beyond to remove the reductio, but yes, 100%. That's kind of what he's shown here. He has shown the intentional counterfeiter, the accidental counterfeiter, and the forced counterfeiter all end up in the same place.
Because they all
That's
have the
all.
same effect in society.
Yep. And I would argue, and I was going to say this, actually, thank you for...
The unwitting counterfeiter.
Oh, I know what it is. It's when I put my hands up in that fucking praying motion. It did the fucking AI motion. Ugh. Stupid fucking thing.
Yeah.
It does this.
But the unwitting counterfeiter, I would argue, would not belong here. The person who's unaware that they're degrading things.
Why did it fully reset? It's so weird. For those of you in the audience, this is the problem with... No, I heard you. I was just going to say...
No, he's just distracted by technical issues.
Yes, because
I did just drive through a dead zone, so I don't know what you heard and what you didn't.
And now my camera decides to turn itself off. I got it. Go on, Rich. I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself on that one. I'm just annoyed.
I just want to say the only person who wouldn't, out of all those categories, there's a fourth category, which is the unwitting counterfeiter, and they wouldn't be here, right? Because you would have to at least be aware that it's happening in order to be responsible for it.
Well, I would argue that, by the way this is argued, at least within Dante. Now, I agree with your assessment, mind you. But I would argue, at least the way Dante argues this, the unwitting counterfeiter would be just as guilty. And I was going to say, thank you for reminding me of this point, because you said something earlier that made me think of this. And I knew it was going to annoy Ancom when I said it. This is essentially Dante's canto against anarchism.
Oh, fuck you.
See, I was more thinking along the lines of crypto. Not crypto per se, not Bitcoin per se, because Bitcoin actually does a good job of measuring itself and not degrading. But in the world of crypto, we also have things that almost degrade instantly because they're fraudulent, right? Like AI art or whatever. What do you call it? The stuff that
NFTs.
Non-fungible tokens.
NFTs would probably be what Dante would talk about in this category today.
Yeah, and I just... No, and I agree with you. And like I said, I would agree the unwitting counterfeiter would not belong here with what us in modern times, with our modern ability to go through like all of the ancient scriptures, understand would be the intentionality of this type of judgment, would not necessarily be placed into this, because even the accidental blasphemer was not condemned to hell. Only the intentional blasphemer. So it's one of those things where I agree with your end assessment. I don't think Dante does, though.
Hold on, I think he does. It's just that he does something else that I think all of us disagree with, which is to say, if somebody's forced into it, like it's not, we would argue that they didn't really make that choice because they were forced. And Dante disagrees. Dante thinks they should have sacrificed themselves in order to not be coerced. And I think we would all agree that that's maybe overly harsh.
And I would argue, based on the way he has Virgil speak in the previous cantos, at least in a small part, he would view this as a just punishment, even for the unwitting, because they committed the act and therefore harmed the populace.
Maybe, but he doesn't. I mean, he hasn't included an unwitting counterfeiter here.
No, but he's included unwitting. He's included unwitting sinners in previous cantos. Is why I say that.
I'd have to look at the individual ones. It might be that they were unwitting, like willfully unwitting. You know what I mean? Like we pretend not to know what we're doing when in fact.
And that could be the argumentation, but I would say
Yeah.
if you're unwittingly doing something, it would therefore not be a malicious act, and therefore not be a sin by the definition we understand it today. And because we're
Like, for
actually able
instance-
to read the Bible and not have the clergy tell us what the fuck it means.
Like, for
That
instance,
go on.
The bro who like creates an NFT because he's got a bunch of followers who or whatever, and he actually believes in the NFT, right? As opposed to somebody like Destiny who gave several points talked about what a rip-off NFTs were, and then released his own NFT. Right?
Oh, I didn't even know that about the dipshit. I missed that one.
You couldn't say that Destiny was unwitting about that, right? So, like, he clearly knew what a rip-off NFTs were, and then he did it anyway. So,
Yeah,
like,
I didn't know he had released one, but it doesn't surprise me. That being said, yes, that'd be a perfect way to put it into a modern analogy. I just didn't know he had done that stupid shit. He does so much other shit that's so much worse. I just never heard this one.
But that's just it. I don't think it was stupid. I think it was corrupt. Whereas when, I don't know, I can believe that XQC wouldn't know that NFTs are worthless. I can believe that maybe he was ignorant of that.
I don't. Maybe.
I'm saying it's possible. I'm not saying he.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Possibly, I'd say in the modern time period. I'd say in the modern time period, there is almost nobody, and I do mean almost nobody. Yeah.
A better example would be the Haktua girl, right? Because she did it, and like everybody reacted to it like really big time, and then she appeared to like be super confused in the beginning, like why people. She didn't even know what a rug pull was, right? So I think probably hers is now she didn't give the money back, so like fuck her. But like you can at least understand that at the beginning she didn't know what she was doing. Like other people.
Yeah, like I said, I can understand unwittingly getting into a certain situation because somebody talks you into it.
Yeah.
We've all had that friend that talks us into doing something stupid in the moment.
Yeah.
But there's a difference, and this is where I would say before we get too far off onto this tangent and we get back onto the reading.
Yeah, I've been stuck in a podcast for 29 cantos. This is the 30th. No, I'm kidding.
Well, honestly, I do think that is very appropriate to this part of the game.
Also true, but more my point is, what I would argue, at least based on Dante the author, and what he argues through Dante. No, but we don't want to get too far off into the tangent, the weeds, I should say. But from what we have seen up to this point, because we have the three voices of Dante within the story, I would say the only person who disagrees is Dante the character. And as we had discussed 4 cantos ago, Dante the character is what Dante the author seems to view as his naive past self.
Right. I agree.
And I would argue
although he's
that
more naive at the beginning of the canticle than he is at the end.
Oh, absolutely. This is but that's because this is a growth experience, not a coming of age story, but a ending of an age story would be a better way of putting it. Because this is supposed to be the story of what he learns about the afterlife, etc. It's supposed to essentially be like 30
And
not.
honestly, I would argue we're just about halfway through his learning journey at this point, because he can learn by experiencing hell. Of course, purgatory is all about everyone there learning. It's still a learning experience. But once you get to Paradiso, you're as wise as you're ever going to be. So
I would disagree with you. But that's for another day, because that one will definitely be here for all day. We'll have to do that for Canto XXX.
I'd just say he's well into his learning journey by now. Like Canto.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying we could save the argument of whether or not we lost him. I was about to say we could save the learning argument of Paradiso for Canto 68 when we get to that point, because no, Dante the character, in my opinion, learns throughout the entirety of all 100 cantos, because at least according to the way the story ends, he's going back to Earth. This is a learning prospect. It's just the learning modality shifts when we get there. And that's why I could agree with him on the first part. We are in the first modality, which takes up 2/3 or roughly 2/3 of the time that we are in this overall epic. Now, going to stupid thing. What I will talk about before we move on, seeking him out among the squalid folk, although the circuit be 11 miles, but not less than half a mile across. What this is describing to me is, in a modern analogy, would be Flea Bottom in Game of Thrones, Shinjuku district of Tokyo for Japan. You know, these areas where it's there is a circuit of roads that you can walk that is long but narrow and covers a wide swath of culture, people, things, etc. Like it's meant to give you like the oblong fucking shape of a circuit as opposed to like a circle. Is that I mean, that's the best way I can put this interpretation out there. And for those of you who are or have never been to Europe, this is most medieval European cities because of the way that they usually functioned around water sources that centralized at the city core. And they usually grew along topographical lines, which unless you're in a big flat big flat area and can grow equally out as a circle, you end up creating one of these oblong areas in the middle, that just because of the way things progress, because you start out originally with a road that has streets along said road, then you gain other roads, then you gain extensions, so on. There's actually like mimetic theory as to the vector tracking of city progression, and there's actually ways that we can predict what a city will do based on what it's doing currently. Funnily enough. That being said, getting out of the socio anthropology on that one, because that will absolutely make everybody's eyes glaze over besides Ancom. The other part of this, the level of impurity, as Rich says, as we talk about the depreciation, which was the other word he should have been looking for, along with currency velocity, changing on this same iterative approach would lead to a complete economic collapse. The reasoning behind this is money isn't real, even at this time period where money is actually a physical commodity that has quote-unquote physical value to it, like gold. This is still a time where the concept of money, the monetary systems that we work within, are a construct, and those constructs are built on the consensus of the people within said construct. And if enough people break with construct fucking collapses, aka economic collapse in Rome, economic collapse in France, so on.
This is something where I learned from Graeber something very interesting about gold specifically, or really about precious metals generally, but gold in particular, is that to people in pre-modern times, honestly pre-computer times, gold had very, very little utility. You couldn't do much with it. It was not a usable commodity, which is exactly what made it great for being used as a medium of exchange. It didn't share properties. Copper. Yeah, it did not share properties with anything that was going to be actually useful. It wasn't food. It wasn't a metal that could be used for armor, for machinery. Couldn't be used for construction or agriculture. Nothing.
For armor enhancement, it was embellishment.
Yes,
best.
But like, it was
because somebody in the
decorative.
If anybody actually watched us, some asshole in the comments was going to say it.
Yes.
We just get it out of the way now.
Yeah, it was at most it could be used aesthetically for jewelry or embellishment of some sort. The point being that because it shared no properties with anything that was properly useful, it became a useful medium of exchange because everything could be related to it in a similar way. It's very difficult to determine how many sheep is worth how many apples. But if you have something like gold, then you can say, okay, well, this much gold is this many apples, and this much gold is this many sheep, and now you have a way to exchange those.
Well, or to bring it to where this really starts, and you kind of hinted at it, and Japan technically functioned on this until very, very, very recently, a koku of rice. What it takes to feed a family for, what is it, a month is a koku?
Yep. Yeah, I was actually just watched a short that explained that
I forgot if it was a fortnight or a month.
Yeah, samurai were traditionally paid with rice, and that was effectively their currency.
Yeah, well, there was the currency. There's actually what they the coins that they actually use, like the what is it, the oval coins that they use, the extremely oblate ones, are actually drawn to look like a bale of rice.
Yeah, like well, this is what this started as, was the exchange of food for food, and it was the equivalent for the equivalent. That was the whole point to the barter system in this way. So when we look at this, and like I said, I forget if a koku was fortnight or month, but it was a certain allotment of rice for a certain number of people over a certain number of time. Gold, silver, copper, when we go back to the Chalcolithic period, we are dealing with this same thing, where they are using this now what we would call currency as a placeholder, a proxy for that same equivalent amount of food, etc., for a month, week, whatever, depending on whatever culture you're in, the time frame changes. But this is what currency began as, and it was originally meant to be an equivalent exchange. That way, I didn't have to trade my 12 sheep for this 18 bushels of apples, and then try to transport the 18 bushels of apples 12 days to the next town to change, half of them out for mutton and half of them out for this and half, and so on and so forth, where you're then fractioning it out. This was meant as a way to allow for the transmission of wealth to not rely on danger to said wealth, like from the elements. Because, for example, our farmer here can tell you, if I put a fucking, a bunch of fucking feed corn in the back of a fucking semi, how many days do I got to get it to processing before it's garbage?
Yeah. It's
what is the weather like outside? Like what time
final harvest in autumn.
Yeah, it's a way to stand in
part of
for
the United States,
Kansas.
Yeah,
where you're just getting
to
into your wet system or wet season.
It's a way to stand in for a certain resource of a certain quality. And that quality bit is very important because any other resource almost would degrade in quality over time, depending on the resource, some faster than others. But gold, because of its one very particular property that it does not corrode, it does not, what's the word for that silver does? It's not rust. What is it?
They all oxidize.
Raid?
All of them oxidize. Tarnish and patina.
Yeah. But there's a particular word for it when it's silver, and I can't think of it. But anyway,
yeah, it's called patina. For the
I thought patina was brass.
Patina can also be certain types of steel, certain types of bronze, certain types of copper. It's
tarnish. Tarnish is what I was thinking of.
Well, tarnish is different because a tarnish isn't necessarily from oxidation. A tarnish can also be from soiling.
I mean, it is oxidation, but it's from sulfur-containing substances because
Well, yeah,
silver
but it's
doesn't
still, that's why I say
directly
oxidation rather than rust, because that is the correct
Yeah.
term. And that's why I
Anyways,
say,
the point
but
that I was making is that
tarnishing is also dirt. But yes, go on.
yes, but gold does not do any of these things because gold is extremely unreactive, and so it preserves its quality better than any other commodity could. And so gold stood in for a particular resource at a particular quality, and because gold maintained its quality over time, it was a safer way to protect one's wealth.
I'd have to dig into that because I mean, you and I have both seen patina on gold. It takes fucking forever.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
extremely unreactive. It will react given a long enough period of time, but it doesn't tend to do so anywhere nearly as quickly as even silver, which tarnishes very slowly.
Yeah, see, but this would be why, like, to me, and we'll stop on this tangent. We'll get back to the reading after this. The logical medium then wouldn't have been malleable metals. It would have been the cuttable fucking stones that they had, like they did in South America, North America, and Africa originally, where they did weight stones.
Yeah, you can do weight stones, you can do shells, you can do all sorts of different things. It's just due to the relative abundance of metallic gold in the, North African and near West region, you have, that tends to get used.
Whenever you talk at once, jeez, maybe I have to run back in the house. All right. Now, the reason I point this out is because the next part of the counterfeiting that they do is the synons, the treacherous person treacherous Greek who led the Trojans astray. So now this counterfeiting no longer has to do with money, but the counterfeiting of intelligence, the military intelligence in this case, the counterfeiting of that intelligence. If you actually go back to the story of Sinon, well intentional, is also essentially what we would call the telephone game. If you actually read through the story, it's essentially a very low iteration version of the telephone game. So it is, again, iterative corruption leading to an ultimate undesired end, or not undesired, but unpleasant, undesirable, whatever you want to say, end outcome. Which is, again, one of those things that this seems to me to be that intentionality only goes so far, but a sin's a sin, and Dante is always struggling with that between the three narratives.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we had not gone to past the smoke. And one of them, who felt himself annoyed at being, peradventure, named so darkly, smote with fist upon his hardened paunch. It gave a sound as if it were a drum, and Master Adam smote him in the face with arm that did not seem to be less hard, saying to him, "Although be taken from me all motion from my limbs that heavy are, I have an arm unfettered for such need." Whereat he answered, "Maid, when thou didst go unto the fire, thou hast it not so ready, but hadst..." God damn it, that word just does not want to come off my tongue. "But hadst it so and more when thou wast coining. And the dropsicle..." Jesus Christ, dropsicle, what a fucking word. It almost sounds like a modern, like, little kid thing. "The dropsicle off of the eave on the house."
Yeah, in
sorry.
this case, dropsicle is the person with dropsy, aka
Yeah,
the guy with the swelling.
that I understood after I read
No,
it, but when I
that
read
wasn't
the
for
word,
you. That was for audience.
fair enough. But still, like when I read the word out, it just fucking made my brain go, Jesus
Can I?
Christ.
Hey, Jack, can I get a dropsicle out of the freezer?
Yeah, like it's just. But the dropsicle that sayest true in that, but thou wast not so true a witness there. Where thou was witness, where thou wast questioned for the truth at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsity the coin, said Sinon. And for one fault I am here, and thou for more than any other demon. Remember, perjurer, about the horse, he made reply, who had had the swollen belly. And rueful be thee who the whole world knows it. Jesus Christ, I wish I was better at voices. I'd be having to switch it up. You just came in, you silly puppy. Come here. Come here. You get to be on camera while Daddy eats. Okay. Okay, so. Oh, those are, rueful to thee, the thirst be wherewith cracks thy tongue, the Greek said, and the putrid water that hedges so thy paunch before thine eyes. Then the false coiner, so is gaping wide thy mouth for speaking evil, as 'tis wont. Because if I have thirst and humor stuff me, thou hast the burning and the head that aches, and to lick up the mirror of Narcissus, thou wouldst not want words many to invite thee. Okay, so, Barbara interruptions aside, this one, and dropsicle interruptions aside, this seems to be a argument between the severity of, oh, we're in the same place, but you're worse. No, you're worse. You know, this really is, you know, I know you are, but what am I type bullshit just in hell.
Yeah.
That being said, whimsy aside as to the analogy, the description here, is very, Cenobidian. For any of you who have seen the Hellraiser franchise.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cenobite. That's from Hellraiser.
Yes. What do you want, small puppy? Go. Okay. Yes, but I mean, like, this is the way this is described. We already had "I have no legs" dude earlier. That was the loot. We now have another set where they're not actually like amputated from the waist down, but one has 3 limbs that are so heavy that they cannot move. And the other seems to have fucking like shit spilling out of his stomach. This seems to be that back to the surreal. But in the argumentation between the two sinners, we get that humanist angle of one I did for my country, the other you did for your own greed, essentially. And I'm highly paraphrasing it because of the way that they're jibing at each other. Every insult becomes the projection, etc. Oh, the whole world knows that you are more blah 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 because he did it for his nation. To them, in this time period, the Mediterranean is the whole world, even though they know the rest of the world exists to a point. They still fucking consider anything near Rome to be fucking the whole world. That same kind of like conceptualization going on into this.
I think, what is it? It's more along the lines of that Rome is the center of civilization. More than the rest of the world exists, but Rome is the center of civilization.
I'm not even arguing that, but the fucking audacity and fucking, yeah, that's more what I'm condemning than the messaging, because you're right, that is what it was. Oh, we are the center of civilization. No, you're the center of Roman civilization, dick cheese. we had a lot of other ones, but too far off of this. So, and like, this is a tit for tat No, you're worse than I am. No, you're worse than I am. You should be deeper in hell conversation between these two damn souls. And I will just say, the lick spittle essentially insult in this is particularly well crafted. If it wouldn't sound absolutely out of place, I'd almost want somebody to start using it on fucking panels when they get annoyed and with somebody being a fucking bootlicker. And to lick up the mirror of Narcissus. Because, I mean, in ancient world times, damn! like I need a Wayans Brothers soundboard right now. Or fucking Chris Tucker soundboard right now. Damn! My voice can't do that shit no more, I'm too old. But, that being said, this is like, for ancient times, where even the most minor insult could get you stabbed legally. Fucking crazy times that these were. To say something like this to somebody, like fucking Sinon, essentially saying this to an aristocrat. I would not want to imagine the death that you would get for this insult.
I know. Well, I'll say it before. I said it before, and I'll say it again. And basically, when people say chivalry is dead, and they talk about chivalry is about 10% about how to treat women, and 90% how to legally kill people in public.
Yes. In fact, I might even argue with the percentage. I might put it closer to 95.5.
Right. I'm being generous, but that's basically when someone says chivalry is dead. I was like, all right, well, if you want me to kill you in public, I guess I should.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're not wrong. I mean, for those of you in the audience, we're not going to tangent off on this. Just go look up the 14th century code of chivalry and you'll see what we mean. Almost none of it had to do with how you treat women. Almost all of it had to do with how you treated everybody that was higher than you in the order condescendi, and therefore who could kill you for what level of insult.
Yep.
And Japan, although never subjected to this school of thought, came up with the same model only on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turns out chivalry isn't dead, but it probably should be.
Yes. Yeah. Now, that being said, like there's not really a whole lot. There's a note here from Longfellow on the Mirror of Narcissus. If I have to explain what the Mirror of Narcissus is to any of you who are watching this in college, your high school failed you, but I'll do it anyways. Narcissus is the mythological character that we derive the word narcissist from. And he was so in love with himself that he stared at his own reflection and would basically try to murder anybody who interrupted or insulted him in any way. He was, by modern definitions, the very personification of toxic masculinity and narcissism. Hence why we call it narcissism. So, licking up the mirror of Narcissus is licking up the water of your own reflection. He's literally saying you're so in love with yourself you would drink your own bath water. Go on, sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. It's just he was so in love with his own reflection specifically that he rejected all advances, regardless of gender, and it does specify both men and women made advances here.
Yep.
And like to the point where he was like he punched himself in the chest so hard it left giant bruises because of the agony he felt at being kept apart from his reflected love. Like, it was basically the only thing that could have satisfied this man was an exact clone of himself.
I forget the name of there's a Disney movie where there was a character who basically walked around with a mirror at all times. I know I remember seeing
Gaston.
it as a kid. He always had a mirror? I didn't remember him having a mirror. I know he was a narcissist, but I don't remember him always having a mirror. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember.
The mirror from Beauty and Beast. Yeah, the mirror from Beauty and the Beast was the one that the Beast had, which at one point Gaston did get a hold of, but it wasn't a main thing.
What I'm saying is that if you watch all of his interactions, anytime he comes to anywhere where he can see his reflection, he's constantly looking at himself.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, and I think he does actually carry a mirror, because I think when he's doing the Everybody Wants to Be Like Gaston song, he pulls one out of somewhere. So you may be right. Yeah. I don't really remember that as much about him. The one I'm thinking of is more like a cartoony, like anthropomorphic character as opposed to a human. I just can't remember.
Like the only other thing I can think of is the magic mirror from.
No, it's one of the characters in fucking Little Mermaid. It was one of the fucking the Ariel's fucking princess dickhead friends.
Sisters.
One of
her sisters.
Okay. Yeah, she always had a mirror on her. That's who I was thinking of. But yeah, that's a more modern one, and I think there's another one that they did in The Expanse. There is a person who literally can't go past their reflection without stopping and looking. But that being said, this is in ancient times. This is the equivalent of calling somebody a shallow, gold-digging piece of shit. Like, pick your fucking analogy for a useless, vapid, vacuous person. And that for some reason you're in love with that stupid vacuousness. Like, it's hard to describe for people who don't read a lot about history. Like I said, I don't want to imagine the death you would get for saying this to a noble person.
Well, you wouldn't get death right away.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to imagine it. The shit that they would do to you before you die, you don't want to fucking even think about. This is...
Yeah. Oh, you would get death, but today's not looking good. Tomorrow's not looking any better. Next month ain't looking good either.
Yeah, the only analogy I can think of in any kind of modern media, it's not quite right because it's like the reductio of this, was the way Ramsay Bolton treated Theon Greyjoy in Game of Thrones when he made him reek. By the way, spoiler alert. It's been years. Get over it. But that being said, that's the closest I can get to. But that's like the reductio. That's the mythological version of this, where it's just everything turned to 11. But no, it would have been bad. You probably would have wished for death long before they granted it. That being said, the reason I point this out is we have also seen this change in language. Even when other damn souls insulted them, their counterparts in previous cantos, it was almost like hearty jibes. It was like, oh, jolly chap. It was that kind of fucking insulting. It was highbrow. It was barely an insult by what we would consider a modern insult because of the way this conception has changed from the time period back then. Those were still major insults in Dante's time, but to us, we look at that as like a joke. That'd be like...
I gotta step away for a few minutes. I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah. Like the equivalent of just calling somebody a jerk.
Or a butthead.
In modern day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was very... I mean, it's still an insult, and it's still bad in this time period of decorum being paramount, etc. But, like, this is one of these things where it becomes hard to conceptualize for modern readers just how horrible this is to say. And I will point this out. There was a point of Catholic history, and this will be my one divergence since we have Ancom stepped away, and we'll get back to Desby reading here in a second to pick it up from there. There was a Moorish noble who visited the Vatican back in, I want to say, 1540s, 1530s, who essentially called the Pope vain. Literally just said, I think you're being a little vain today, essentially. That person took 3 weeks to die. I won't describe the things that they did to him in the dungeons, but there's records
You'd like to
of
keep
it.
this video?
Yeah, there is records of it that you can like use Google Translate on from the Italian to like read about what they did to this man. It took him 3 weeks to die for simply calling the Pope vain. Nothing more. He wasn't even saying it in a vile way. It wasn't like he was trying to be like a dickhead about it. He was actually trying to be helpful, but because it was the Pope, i.e. head dickhead in charge who nobody's allowed to insult, this is what happened. So like when we start talking about this time period, that was the 1500s. This time period's even more strict when it comes to the hierarchy of aristocracy. Because it was legal for these people to kill you in the street if you said the wrong thing. Like accusing somebody of being a cheat at a gambling establishment was enough to have you murdered. And the police, when they showed up, what they called police back then, constable, showed up, the murderer would be quite literally handed his weapon back and set free. Because people would have heard you call him a cheat. Even if he was a cheat. It's fucking wild to think about the time difference. But
Am I finishing it out?
yeah, you're gonna finish out. Oh, and the last little bit. Thou wouldst not want words many to invite thee. This one is not an insult. This is a declaration of severity. So, in this time period's wording for Longfellow, and the Italian is also fairly antiquated wording, just so he's mimicking that. This is essentially saying that you're so miserable, you would not even invite your worst enemy to join you. It is a phrase from a ancient Greek folklore that has persisted through every culture it has touched. It's essentially, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Or you wouldn't wish this on your worst enemy. Same difference. Okay. And yes, you'll be closing it out. But that's what that line is articulating in very obsolete speech.
Yep. Are you ready? All right. In listening to them, I was wholly fixed when said the master to me, now just look, for little wants it that I quarrel with thee. When him I heard in anger speak to me, I turned me round towards him with such shame that still it eddies through my memory. And as he is who dreams of his own harm, who dreaming wishes to may be a dream, so that he craves what is as if it were not. Such I became, not having power to speak, for to excuse myself I wished, and still excused myself and did not think I did it. Less shame doth wash away a greater fault. The master said, then this of thine has been. Therefore thyself disburden of all sadness, and make account that I am I beside thee. If e'er you come to pass that fortune bring thee, where there are people in a like dispute, for a base wish it is to wish to hear it.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the tongue twisters at the end because it is a pain in the ass. But okay, so I do have to explain a little bit of the language because fucking Longfellow and your teachers hate you if they make you use this. But unfortunately, as I pointed out, it is 52% of universities who use this translation. So that being said, so going to this, what he craves, what it is, as if it were not. This is a alliteration that is actually pulled from a particular scripture of the Bible. It is essentially wishing for that which does not exist. And I know that seems obvious, but no, it's highly intentional. The wording, we're in hell. The when they draw scriptural reference, it's intentional. This I forget what psalm it is, but it's a particular psalm that has this reference in it that he's trying to draw the alliteration to, and it is just a thing to say that wasting your time wishing for that which does not exist is basically a sin against your community because it leaves you isolated, alone, solitary, etc. It's one of those lessons. The other portion that I do, where is it? Damn it, it's just in my head. Oh, and make account that I am I beside thee. Okay, so this particular phraseology means that you are standing in solidarity beside somebody, both voting yay at an assembly of whatever. To put this into modern speech that Ancom and I would appreciate very heavily, and I think Despy at least minorly, union strong, essentially. I'm voting yes with you. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic to say it that way, but that is what he is saying. I am standing beside you. I am voting with you. I agree. If ever it comes to pass that fortune bring thee where there are people in like dispute. Okay, so this means I'm your ride or die. Not only am I voting yes to you, I'll vote yes to you even if there's dispute again in the future. I mean, this is
he's saying you're one phone call away from me helping you bury the body.
Yep. I mean, really. And then for a base wish it is to wish for to hear it. Essentially, again, this line seems self-explanatory, but it's really not. We think of this as a extremely common conception. Oh, it's a base instinct to have this feeling of I want somebody who's going to be my ride or die. We've had multiple iterations of pop culture for over a century that have indicated this, from the hero to the villain. Bonnie and Clyde to fucking
8,
Batman
9,
and Robin.
10 Fast and Furious movies.
Yeah, no, but 100% that's what this is. But in this time period, it was almost profane to admit that because of the misinterpretations of the church, which we can get into now because the reading's over, that it was profane to consider humans subject to their base animal instincts, because it was considered profane to consider a human an animal. And I will just point to everybody in the audience if you disagree with me where I'm about to go with this, because no, it absolutely isn't. Open up your Bibles, please, to Ecclesiastes 3:17 through 20, and go ahead and give that a read for me, and tell me again that humans aren't animals, please, please. I want you to read that section of your Bible and say humans aren't animals, please. We're gonna have fun with that conversation. Because even the Bible says it is vanity to say that humans are but animals. It says it specifically in the scripture of both versions of the Bible that persist to this day in plurality, the Catholic Bibles and the Protestant Bibles, because there's minor variations, living word, blah blah blah. The 66 book and the 73 book. We'll just put it that way.
Even though there's like 100 of each. No.
Yeah, I mean, but that's those category of Bibles, both have this, regardless of translation. Some of them soften the wording because they don't want to call it vanity, because vanity being one of the 7 deadly sins, being one of those things they try to soften. I believe it was the Bishop's Bible, which is 1500s, or the Brenton Bible, which is 1600s. They try to soften this language out of it because the 7 deadly sins were still like the big thing at this point. Like we hadn't like evolved out of that level of you could be killed for committing one of the 7 deadly sins, literally, and they viewed you as damned to hell for committing them. So like this is an extension of that. This for Dante in the 13th and 14th century, to say, for a base wish it was to wish it to hear it, to admit that was dangerous for him to say. Not that he hasn't said a bunch of other dangerous shit before now, but I still like to point it out when he does it, because like every little bit of this, when he takes that step over this line, he could have very well been killed for this, and we had never seen this poem. And that's something to take into account when you read it. This is an act of civil disobedience against the church and against the culture that he is living in, to write something like this that quite literally could have gotten him legally executed for heresy. Damn, I figured Incom would be back by now. And if you are back, Incom, you forgot to unmute. And if not, we got Snackzilla over here who's not helping. I can only vamp so long. You gotta help.
These pistachios are great.
I know.
All I'm gonna say is that Dante just said the word family. That's all he said.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, Pat, did you hear all that, Incom?
No, I literally just got back.
Well, sometimes when you're gone, you still have the headset on. You're just muted.
This time I didn't. So
okay, and basically, I explained a couple of the words, but the thing that we just finished on was I explained that the very last line. Yes, first of all, it's talking about the last line in the last tercet. And make account that I am I beside thee, if ever it comes to pass that fortune bring thee where other people are in like dispute. This is the 13th and 14th century equivalent of saying, I'm your ride or die, I'm voting yes with you. And then the final line, for a base wish it was to wish to hear it, was borderline heresy because it was admitting the baser animal instincts of humans to want for such a person to be there for you.
Okay, gotcha.
And I then pointed out the hypocrisy of the churches that teach humans aren't animals because of Ecclesiastes 3:17 through 20.
I'm not familiar with that specific reference, but I can guess from context what it says.
Just bring it up. Still refuse to use it. said in my heart, God will judge the righteous and the wicked, for he has appointed the time that for every matter and for every work. I said in my heart with regard to human beings that God is testing them and showed they are but animals. For the fate of humans and the fate of animals is the same. As one dies, so dies the other. They all have the same breath, and humans have no advantage over the animals, for all is vanity. All go to one place. All from the dust, and all to dust return.
Oh, okay. That actually is another reference that I didn't know about to life being in the breath.
Yep. And by the way,
which is a
this
fun
also...
one to use against. Which is a fun one to use against religious anti-abortion people.
Well, but no, this is also the argument against human exceptionalism. Because, quite literally, what is the other word for breath in the Bible? Soul.
Well, okay, Ecclesiastes would have been Hebrew. The other word for breath would have been the Greek in the New Testament, which would have been...
No, but my point is both point to breath being the soul because of the way they perceived. They didn't have a perception of air. When we stopped breathing, we died. Therefore, the spirit had left us. The soul had left us. Therefore,
did they also say something about God breathing life into people, like
into Adam, yes,
as well?
Yes,
into Adam.
Yep.
And well, that's where the very first reference in Genesis 2 comes from, where he creates Adam and then breathes life into his nostrils from the dust out of which he created Adam.
Yep. And this is actually going back to teachings before Augustine. This is going back to 3rd century teachings when all animals had souls.
Yeah.
That changed later. It wasn't until, I forget the exact date, but it was somewhere in the 13 or 1400s that it became mainly humans and a select group of animals. And then
coincidentally, this happened during the Great Famine.
This is what McClellan would refer to as a post-biblical philosophical innovation.
Yes. And I believe it was either the late 17 or early 1800s that it transitioned to that the only animals on the planet that had souls were humans and bees. I still, to this fucking day, do not know how they came down to this fucking exclusionary list of 2 species, but somehow they did.
The humans one makes sense, and the timeline also makes sense because, 1850s is when we start getting evolution by natural selection, and even before that, like, Linnaeus was still, or was categorizing...
I just don't know how they came to the. I do not understand I do not understand the logic process. I've read the argumentation and I still don't get it.
I got an idea. Okay, maybe it's because when you remove bees from any ecosystem, basically the majority of anything that has that has anything that blooms that pollinates fucking dies.
Now, the question is, were they only referring to honeybees, or did they refer to all species of bee?
I don't know. They just said bee. They didn't elaborate. This is my point. I read the argumentation. It doesn't make sense to me. They didn't make a naturalistic argument like this. I would have got that. It's naturalism by that argument. Time. Their argument was that the species, or that bees also carried the breath of life because if you lock them in a jar, they died.
That's literally true of any small flying insect.
Yes,
but it doesn't even have to be flying. Any insect.
I know this, but because they only looked over the course of 3 days or something like that, the volume of the jar was too big for the smaller insects to exhaust the oxygen.
Oh my god. Put a fucking spider in there, it'll die faster.
It didn't make sense to them. It didn't make sense to me. I basically think it was fine. This. Just this. Is that okay?
I can make sense of it. It's just stupid.
Yeah, like I said, it's just it was, and I'm being hyperbolic. It was far more nuanced than this, but that was really what it came down to, at least in my opinion, was they finally got sick of arguing it, and they wanted to at least include one other animal, and they just said this.
That's fucking wild.
Like, really. And later in the 1900s, so the early 20th century, we completely removed this altogether. Technically, you could argue the latter half of the 19th century because of the fundies, but they didn't hit like a predominant movement until like the 1910s, 1920s. They just formed in the 1800s.
Yeah. But if you're relying just on what the Bible says, everything that breathes has a soul, everything that breathes has life, and anything which is not breathing does not have life.
Yep. And this,
So does
I
that
love
mean that-
pointing this out. And by the way, this is one of the things that when I first found Aaron Ra, this was one of the things that attracted me to him, because he was one of the only other people I ever knew who used it.
You know, here's the question I have. Does that mean we have to consider like trees as animals then?
Not animals, but
we
having
do
a
have
soul.
to consider them alive.
Yes, they
No,
would.
no, but I'm just saying biblically because they breathe.
No.
No, because
Breath
even
just refers to life, not
yeah,
necessarily
and they even talk about the plants being reliant on breath and air as well. They didn't know that it was air. They called it. They required breathing as well. They just didn't understand what they breathed. They didn't know it was carbon dioxide that they were absorbing, not oxygen.
Yeah. The only things that would not, by this definition, be considered to have life would be anything with gills, which does not breathe air,
Anaerobic
but
bacteria.
you know,
That'd be it. Only
things
that don't rely on
anaerobic
air
bacteria.
in any way.
Yeah, anything that's anaerobic. So
Anything that's aerobic.
No, I'm saying anything that doesn't have life. Yeah, anything that we would consider alive, but that the ancient world would not, would be anything anaerobic. So you have various types of bacteria, fungi, archaea, and most species of fish and other
some
sea creatures
protozoa.
that
There's some parasites. A very select list of life that would not be considered life by this method.
Yeah.
Yes.
Basically, if you absorb oxygen or whatever it is that keeps you alive, not from air, then you are not alive by the ancient conception.
Yes, even though they
also
still
why
considered
fish-
whale fish.
Yeah. Is this why fish basically became like the out for like eating meat on Fridays? Because it wasn't
that would probably be more cultural in nature. I don't know. I'd have to look into this.
I mean, in a way,
honest with you.
Yeah, if you consider animals to have the breath of life, and so meat is eating animals, fish do not have the breath of life by that standard. So then, fish would not count as animals for the purpose of that.
And why certain fish were not considered fish. They were considered swimming things because they had the air bladder, which some would have confused for a rudimentary lung. Funnily enough, accurately, even though it's not a rudimentary lung, it's an evolved lung, but still.
Yeah.
But yes, like if we go by Ecclesiastes 3:17 through 20, everything that breathes has a soul. And to believe that anything does not have a soul just because you're a human is not but vanity. Is why I will say, as much as we know some of this is forged, some of it we don't have whole text of, and therefore we don't know what's accurate and what's not, so on and so forth. There are some things that ancient mystics got right, both here in Hinduism, Buddhism, Shintoism. What's the other one that the Ainu do? I forget the name of it. The one that's all like shamanism that they do. I just can't remember the name of it. No.
No.
Okay. But like they get certain things about the universe right. I don't know how. I don't know if it was just like the broken clock thing they guessed. Like for example, the Hindus, when you track the cycles through the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, actually gets the age of the universe fairly close at roughly 13.8 billion years. They're only a billion years off.
Wow, that's impressive.
Uh-huh.
Wait,
And
what did they say? Was the 13.8 theirs?
It is the calculation of the cycles. It's based on their math. It's not, they didn't say specifically, but if you trace it back, yes, it is they came up with it. It is using their math to determine that. Another one,
that's pretty impressive.
like this, there are certain times in the Bible that fundamentalist modern Christianity pushes against, that we see in the Bible. They had it right. Animals and humans are the same. We are all animals. I don't think they thought about it in evolutionary terms like we do, but they understood we are but animals. We die the same, we live the same, and depending on the species, we love the same, we mourn the same. They were able to observe this, and they were thoughtful enough to point out it is vanity to think you are above them just because you can speak.
Yeah. Well, because it's not that hard if you are looking at it with if you're looking at it without the supremacy bias, you can see animals express emotions. Animals they have social interactions amongst themselves, amongst other species, with humans. Like, it's not difficult to see that there is, that what we have and what they have are not that different. When you think about things that humans can do that other animals can't, it's a very sparse list.
Well, but we don't need to get into that list, but just to bring it back to the text, like, we actually see when this started to change. So we see when this started to adapt and become what then Dante has experienced, and why that final line is almost heretical and could have got him murdered for putting in his poem. Because after the City of God Against the Pagans by Augustine, we started to see that anything that was viewed as spirits were other gods. They were less than. And then they became demons. And then they became the influence of the devil himself. So therefore, this concept of a spirit, a soul being, sacrificed, was horrible. And they even ignored this in their specific writings. I forget if it's Gregory or the Gregory the Great or Urban the First, where they actually do a harmonization around Legion. Remember Legion?
Mm-hmm.
Where they had to harmonize that pigs did not have souls. That's why Jesus could cast the souls into the pigs.
That's a hell of a harmonization.
Mm-hmm. Like, this changed over time, because as the superstition grew around demons and the occult after City of God Against the Pagans, because before then Christians believed that there were multiple gods. They were just following their god. They believed there were spirits and all these things, and some were good and some were bad. After City of God Against the Pagans, all of that started to shift little by little into demonology.
Well, the thing that I find most interesting about this thing about pigs is it suggests that demons can only inhabit bodies that have no soul. But Legion was inhabiting a body of a human who, after
No, the harmonization
Legion
was that Jesus wouldn't have sacrificed a souled animal to get rid of the demons.
Okay. I thought it was a different... Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Misunderstood.
Yeah. No, but you're right to have that say, because that was my, like, what? That doesn't make... But no, that was the thing. They had to get away that Jesus would ever do something impure, like sacrifice a souled creature. But that's exactly what he did with those pigs to get rid of the demons. Yeah, he didn't do a ritual where he cut him open and burned him or some shit like that. But I mean, throwing him off a cliff is pretty fucking not much different. But I mean,
Yeah.
we would sit, Joe versus the volcano, motherfuckers. All I could say, go watch the movie. It's funny. But it also gives you this thing of throwing things off high places being a form of sacrifice. That's always been a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget, but don't they do it? Not anymore, obviously, but didn't they have like a ritual like this in Japan around Fuji about throwing something off that cliff face on north side? North or west side, I forget. The one that has like the almost sheer drop on one edge.
Yeah. I don't remember if this was the actual like human sacrifice or if this was what is it, the animal sacrifice.
I just
location.
remember stuff was thrown up there.
Yeah.
I know they do lanterns and stuff like now. I just don't
Mhm.
remember how it started. I just know that it started as a sacrifice.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like this is
I actually watched something recent that referenced it, and I'm blanking on it right now.
But yeah, this is not an uncommon thing. Anywhere there's a high spot with a sharp drop, they have used it as a point of animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, burnt offering sacrifice. They'll kick the burning thing down the cliff, etc. This is because the mountains in ancient times were viewed as the gods. Even in Christianity, if we go back far enough into ancient Judaic culture before Christianity had formed, Yahweh was a volcano god.
Yeah, well,
I thought it was a storm
Both.
deity.
Combined later. It was a storm deity, a volcano deity, and a war deity at different times, and then all got combined later when they also harmonized in the Elohim and Adonai interpretations of the names of God, and harmonized
And El
it all
Young.
and harmonized it
Yeah.
all into the Tetragrammaton. Yes.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
Shintoism basically takes anything that's a part of nature and then basically says it's a god. And then the sea is also a god. The sky, the sky
this is-
and clouds are also.
This
a
is
god.
almost, at least in my opinion. I can't prove this because we don't have evidence going back on all of them. At least if we did have that unbroken chain of evidence, I would be willing to bet that almost every religion that we have, except for a few of the modern ones that have been like intentionally fraudulently created, like all of the ancient ones, I'd be willing to bet they all date back to a form of like animism and nature worship in this same way.
Mm-hmm.
I can't prove it. There's a lot of argumentation in anthropological circles over this. I don't know which one of them are right, but this is how I personally think it is, because it only seems logical with what we see of the progression of civilizations regardless of region.
Mm-hmm.
The older you get, the more animal skins, the more animal totem-like things we get. Like we don't even have to go back that far in modern human culture into medieval human culture, to Richard the Lionheart, Frederick Barbosa the Red Bear, etc., etc. Like this is a common thing where we treat this as a totem, where they will literally emblazon their coat of arms, change the pummels of their weapon, etc. We still do this to this day to a point. When I look at the logical regression of this, it would only make sense that if not all, almost all religions, if they date back to an ancient time, also date back to this. I can't prove it. Now, the one I can prove is ancestor worship, but I'd be willing to bet there is also a stage of animism in between.
Probably.
Well, I won't say animism, because not all of them imbue spirit to the animals, but naturism. How about that? Because they'll imbue it to the mountains, like you said, or the rivers, or the ocean, etc. Lightning. Like, isn't there if it's not a Japanese god, it's a Korean god. There's a god who's literally made out of fucking lightning. He's literally living electricity.
Well, I mean, Japan has what is it, Raijin, but Raijin isn't made out of electricity. Raijin has like the giant drums around him, and he makes like thunder with those drums.
Yeah, then this has to be.
He's
one of the
responsible
ancient
for
Korean-
lightning,
Yeah,
but
this-
he's also responsible for stealing belly buttons if your belly button is exposed during a lightning storm.
I didn't know that one. That's interesting.
Okay,
yeah, then
how
this has to
often
be-
does that actually happen?
Hey,
How,
it just
like, how often
it's
does it happen
something-
that you needed a god for stealing belly buttons?
Well, no,
What?
because if you no, and this is something I know because I know a minor amount of a certain mutation that happens in Sino people. They have a certain genetic mutation that will because of the practice of the way they cut the umbilical cord, where it is actually a crazy amount, not a high proportion, but a crazy amount when you think about it, that have the overflap where it almost looks like you have no belly button and it just looks like just a little slit of a scar, even though if you push on it, there is a hole there. It just doesn't look visible. I'm betting that's where this stems from.
Okay,
it's
yeah, I've
it's
never heard of
something.
that.
It's just something that people like parents tell their kids. Like it's
Yeah, that's
just,
why
it's just
they don't have a
crazy
belly button.
Yeah.
They walked outside without their shirt on or something like that. That's why
Yeah,
their
it's just
belly
like really
button looks
funny. It's like all of a sudden we'll be in the house and then there'll be thunder and I'll turn to the kids and be like, cover your belly button now.
Yeah,
You see the
but
kids just like
yeah, but I mean,
Well, no,
willing to
yeah,
bet-
I was more asking about how something like that originated because, like, it's just so random.
Well, when you
Yeah.
think about the way that Westerners do the clamping and cutting of the umbilical cord, and even going into ancient times, we do it different than they did in ancient Asia. In ancient Asia, they clipped as close to the abdomen as possible, whereas we will actually allow a couple of inches there to beyond the clamp where where we're cutting because of the shrivel.
Yeah.
Now, this wasn't a good thing, mind you. This isn't me like going, "Oh my God, they were so smart." No, this was actually bad. It caused things like abdominal adhesions and all kinds of other shit that was not good. But
You're talking about are you talking about cutting that close or
clamping
cutting farther
that
away is
close.
not good?
No, clamping
okay,
that
yeah.
close is not that good because they left the clamp on. Whereas we clamp,
Gotcha.
we clamp, cut, and sew, and then release the clamp. They left the clamp on until it fell away dead, like they do on fucking farm animals.
Gotcha.
Well, that left a different looking belly button than what Westerners did. Even when I say Westerners, even like the steppes of Asia, like Mongolians did. And therefore, I'd be willing to bet, this is the first time I've ever even heard this folklore, but I'd be willing to bet if you dig into it, it comes from this tendency.
All right.
Just like, for example, there's a tendency in around the trolls in Lapland and Scandinavia. What's also a genetic trait that is extremely predominant in that region?
Sorry, in what areas?
Lapland is an area of Russia, Scandinavia, etc., and then
Okay,
yeah. They have a genetic mutation that we all know that nose and ears don't quit growing. They have an acceleration point as they hit elderly age where it starts growing faster.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
And we can view this through the ancient times of crappy medicine. So think of a pockmarked face with a giant nose and giant ears when you run across a hermit in the woods. Very easy for that to become a troll real goddamn quick in your folklore, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually it reminds me a lot of the main villain, not No Face, but the woman who ran the spa in Spirited Away, the witch.
Oh, I don't remember her name, but I can see the face of the character you're talking.
Yeah,
But
but like her gigantic nose, gigantic ears
yeah,
were very prominent.
yeah, and we find this predominantly in very northern regions. And now it's also in Russia, parts of Asia, etc. But this
Well,
is
yeah,
where
but
it's
it
really
could,
known
it,
for the troll thing, and we see
yeah,
this
and
trait.
it could also give rise to the popular depiction of witches as having big noses.
Mhm. When you look at witches in the southern like hemispheric region, or even like southern polar regions, they don't look like that at all, because usually
Yeah,
those reaches are at higher altitudes, and therefore a different set of biological factors or environmental factors pushed on the selection pressures in the region. Yep.
yeah, that makes sense.
Now, again, I can't prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt, but I'd be willing to bet if we act. 'Cause I don't have the fucking money or the resources to fucking do this kind of research. This is buying hundreds of thousands of dollars of even PDFs of fucking reference books to do this kind of cross referencing.
Should we close it out? And
Well,
just
because it was still
BS?
connected to this, I would say that we're going to close out here in a second. But my point is, we see this here. We see Dante put because and thank you because we did need to connect it back. We see Dante reinforcing the thing that he very literally is able to read in that book. And we see this in De Monarchia too, where he even argues for the rights of animals not to be abused. So we see him not only as a humanist, but he actually argued against uh, I forget the old name. You might remember it. The herder who would neglect their flock but try to sell at a premium. There was a fucking old nickname for it that was used for a long damn time. No,
I got nothing.
well, but that kind of thing where he would argue against that because it was cruel to the animals, not because it was dishonest to the market. Not that it was cruel to the people who bought the sickly cow or the sickly pig, but because it was cruel to the animal. One of the first arguments, at least in Western society, where we see this. So, again, I will point this out where this is Dante trying to walk the edge, thread the needle, pick your fucking analogy, between heresy and talking to the common man, going, no, you're right to have these instincts, even the Bible tells you so, the clergy's just lying to you. Like, and that's what he's doing when he codes it in this poetic language. And Ancon can look at it in the Italian. You'll even see that this is a highly flourished final line. This is extremely high rhetoric fucking Italian.
I
Well,
mean,
let me rephrase that. Based on what I know of Latin, it's high rhetoric. I shouldn't say it is in the Italian like that. So.
yeah, I'm not familiar enough, I don't think, to really determine something that subtle.
Well, high rhetoric is abstraction brought to realization, back to abstraction, back to realization, and he did it all in less than 20 words. Like, I would call that high rhetoric based on the common colloquial usage of that phrase, even within linguistic circles.
Yeah, like it's getting a little too poetic for me to like. That's a little bit beyond my ken.
Well, for example, to read into this week so you can see what I mean, look at the high rhetoric of the negotiations between Saladin and the Crusaders. You will see a lot of this high rhetoric, high poetic, flourished language in the way that he speaks to the negotiators. And we have records of that. Now, you'll have to translate it from, Arabic, but you'll still be able to do it. Because Arabic is another high rhetoric language. We actually have lost high rhetoric languages as a predominant factor in the world, which is why we take so long to explain some of these things to you people in the audience. is because English is not a high rhetoric language. French is not a high rhetoric language. German is not a high rhetoric language. We have, I think, four are considered left. One is still Arabic. Another is a Swahili Bantu is still a high rhetoric language. And there's a couple others in South America that I'm not even going to try to pronounce. I'll fuck them up. But high rhetoric languages also come from cultures that are still in their high superstition phase. Now Japan, I would argue, has a high rhetoric language, not because of this factor, but because of your cultural thing of having to say 5 different things in one sentence, depending on who you're speaking to, based on tonality and body posture and all that other shit.
Well, I'm telling you right now, if we're talking about cultures that have a large number of superstitions, come here. You should
Does it still decide policy?
It drives me.
That would be what I would call still a high superstition society,
Yeah,
if it is deciding laws.
It can influence policy.
Okay,
Like,
then I'd say Japanese would probably still fall into this category too. Then
yeah, you'll have people that'll be like quote unquote like atheists, but they won't hold like there's a set like a cycle of like 6 days in Japanese, what is it, on the calendar, in which there are different days, and certain days have more luck than other days. There's a day of like really bad luck, and there's
numerology that like the Chinese do it.
Yeah, it's
okay.
it's
yeah. You don't need to go into it. I just wanted to ask for clarification.
Yeah. So, if something were to happen that would be a major event, and they were choosing a day in which to hold a major event for whatever thing it is, whether it's going to be something that's dealing with policy or something that's dealing with even opening a mall, it would never be on the bad luck day.
Yeah, etc.
Yeah, it would never be on that bad luck day.
And for those of you in the audience who have just gotten lost, for example, we will use this for the Olympics in Beijing. 08, 08, 08. 08, 8 is a lucky number in China. It's going to be a different but similar modality of numerology for the neighboring cultures that still use it. Apparently Japan is still one of them. For you guys, isn't it 7 is the lucky number? Or 4?
Four is not lucky anywhere in East Asia.
No, four is the one that sounds like death,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 means death.
Well,
unless you use the alternate yon instead of shin, but yeah.
Well, then it's, I forget what the other one is, but you guys have a different number than me.
But there's a different linguistic usage of it. You can't say yongatsu for what is it? April. You have to say shigatsu. You can't say it without using that. There are certain words where you can't use the alternate form, and the alternate form is considered to be the impolite form, actually.
Oh, okay. I get that. All I'm pointing out is it's just because we don't need to go into numerology because this isn't that kind of channel. Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's. Here's the thing. I actually believe some numerologists were onto things, not the things that they thought they were onto, by the way, but that they found certain patterns that did seem fortuitous. For example, 8 makes sense to me in China because their most prosperous month would be their 8th month of the year before they standardized to the Gregorian calendar, which would be our August. Therefore, their most prosperous
lunar calendar, though.
No, but their most prosperous harvest.
August is our 8th month.
No, but they've had different calendars throughout the years that have changed because.
Well, you were just saying their 8th month would be our August. I'm
yes,
like,
but their 8th month at another time when they were not on the lunar calendar 4,600 years ago, 4,000, long fucking time ago, their 8th month was what we would call December. They only had 8.
Okay.
That's why I point that out. Like like they point, and it has changed back and forth throughout the time depending on when Mongols took over. Because Mongols didn't use fucking lunar calendars; they used their own convoluted calendar.
Yeah.
That's all. It's because we standardize this record keeping now. They did not then. That's all. The 8 would be the fortuitous because that would be the most fertile or the most bountiful harvest would be at the end of that month because they're almost in the same temperate climate as the Middle America, which that's our most bountiful crop time as well.
Is in December?
No, October, August. Sorry, because I said not their previous one, because that's what I said. That's why I had to delineate, because their ancient calendars changed.
Who's
August?
pulling corn out? Who's pulling corn out in August?
Oh,
Wait,
I was thinking,
well, not corn, but rice, maybe?
I was thinking rice.
I don't know when the harvest time for
farm
rice
animals.
is.
I was
Harvest
thinking,
time for rice is usually usually mid to end of September.
Oh, I thought it was end of October or end of August, not end of September.
No.
But
No.
I do know that it is the most bountiful time of the year that we harvest animals, because it's when they have been at the most increased buildup, but have not had the time to lose the quality proteins and go all fat and gristle.
Yeah. Well.
Well, for the ones that do
that
fat
makes
gristle.
sense. That makes sense because a lot of animals they definitely go into heat going into fall to calve or whatever in spring.
And the other ones the other thing I was thinking of was orchards, which also you get that, and then you get the late fall harvest, which late fall harvest is smaller but sweeter.
Well, then that makes sense because if we're talking about China and we're talking about harvesting fruit and whatnot, peaches definitely have a mythical, like a
don't the apricots
mythical,
too?
like,
I
story.
thought it was peaches and apricots both had those kind of mythical.
Peaches.
Oh, okay.
Peaches is the main one. Well,
I always have to correct my Western
the Emperor of
influence
Heaven.
shit.
The Emperor of Heaven has a peach party every 500 years, in which it increases their longevity.
And it's like for those of you who are more familiar with Western folklore, like Idun's apples from Norse folklore, the apple or what we would now call the apple from the Garden of Eden, so on and so forth, because it was two different forms of apples, if you go by that, even though we know it would probably have been a quince. But I don't want to digress into that. But yes, it seems to be that these lucky numbers and numerological cultures center around when they have the most bountiful harvests, either by crop or by herd, because that seems to be the time that they do celebrations. Like the harvest ceremony we do here in October.
Well, August in Japan, that's basically the month for the dead. So that's when all your major festivals are, which are mostly festivals for the remembrance of the dead.
And don't most of them, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been in Japan for one of them. Don't most of them also have associated foods with them for the celebrants?
Well, I mean, there's like the cucumber and eggplant, like little creatures that you create, like for
that. And I remember that for one of the holidays, you guys eat urchin. I don't remember which one, but I remember there's a day.
That's not for Obon. That's not for Obon. If anything, you eat anything Obon, it's either going to be udon or soba, because pretty much every major holiday you're eating soba.
Maybe I'm confusing it with one of the others. I just remember there's one day a year where urchin sale goes through the fucking roof because of a celebration where everybody eats fucking urchin. And I thought it was Japan, but it must be one of the other Southeast Asian countries.
Yeah, I know that there are people that love eating like urchin, but they are not in a majority inside Japan.
Like I said, I thought it was Japan. I must be confusing for one of the others. But the reason I say this is because you don't order urchin on that day if you're a restaurateur. You don't fucking do it. You're not gonna like the prices.
Nope.
That being said, now we are getting off into the bullshitting ceremony, so we will close out the episode here. I will say, reread through this. Notice that we do not hear Dante or Virgil at all. I mean, this is their recounting of it. Technically, they're the ones telling us this story. But all they're doing is telling what other people said and did.
Yeah.
And I would say that, as I pointed out at the beginning, this was the brain candy canto just before we get to the real fucking hellscape, pun intended. Because where we go from here, we are going to be approaching the devil. But we are going to be going through regions that are named after, again, some of the worst betrayers in history. Even though in modern times we would view their crimes far less severely. We are talking about, we actually have words associated with these people that depending on what culture you're from, that if you call somebody this, you're calling them a betrayer. You're calling them a bad friend. You're calling them a bad lover. You're calling them a bad ruler. That they have betrayed their people. They have betrayed these things. And it is, I think, he did this intentionally to kind of recenter us. To be, I'm going to tell you a story. You guys are going to get to hear this stuff. And then we're going to get back into where I'm doing a lot more social commentary. I'm doing a lot more critiquing of the church and of the Italian aristocracy.
What? You can do that more? No, okay.
Yeah. Well, because I think, like, as I pointed out when Rich was still here, I think this is him trying to express to the reader his unsurety, his uncertainty of where he feels he's going to end up, and his fear that it's here. Because a canto previously, like I said at the beginning, we get the conversation about him failing to live up to a blood oath, which blood oaths in this time period are really fucking important. Yep. So again, it's one of these things where I can't prove it. Scholars argue over it. I don't know which one's right, but it screams it to me that this is him trying to make the reader think about it, because that's what he's thinking about when he's writing it. And with that, I'll let you two close out.
Take care.
All right.
Alrighty, until next time.
Have a good one, all.
Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit. No refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo, saw sin, but barred from grace. Scholars singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just waiting, empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paolo and Francesca's kiss, a cursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Look at one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the crowd. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. good. Frogs, monsters, hiding six below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again. Well, woke up late and missed the rapture bus, trying to Google exit how, but it's just us. Tour guides, dead dress code, flames and dust. Welcome to the pit, no refunds, no trust. I'm stuck in limbo's lost sin, but barred from grace. All the singing hymns, no heaven face. Dante's ghost just wait in empty space. Here lust they whirl on endless breeze. Paulo and Francesca's kiss, accursed tease. All yearn for love and drop to their knees. Locked in one sludge, kiss up the frights. Cerberus snarls at every bite. They gorge, they choke, stuck day and night. Lethal anchors with scales of gold. Plutus gone, involved so cold. Hands cramped from grasping, never sold. On the swamp of wrath, all rage is loud. Filippo Argenti fights in the cloud. Fury splashes can't drown them out. Heretics burn in tombs of flame. Far in their fire, they scream his name. Locked in denial, no one's to blame. Violence, rivers boil with blood. Minotaur hunts in muddy flood. Murderers scream, there's no more good. Frogs, monsters, hiding six below. Ulysses plotting his final woe. They bite, they twist, voices echo. At the bottom sits frozen hate, Lucifer chew. When traitors say Bruce Judas locked in ice, too late. So night stops deep through rage and sin. I'd scream to flee, but I'm late again.